are here?
Because on this day.
Well, Bill almost took the day off.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, my
What?
mic isn't working, is it?
I can
It's
hear you.
working.
Oh,
We
you
can
can hear
you.
me? I can't
Yeah.
hear myself. Let's see.
It's because
what
that
the
Stevie
problem
Nicks is a witch, Bill. She has cast a spell on you.
It's one of those knobs that you.
It's one of. There it is.
Yeah.
There we go. I didn't touch him. I don't know what happened. Yes, Stevie Nicks. I was going to take the day off because it's her birthday.
How do you celebrate Stevie Nicks' birthday properly?
I get a bunch of scarves and I dance naked in front of a mirror.
Or Tuesday. You do that every Tuesday. Never mind.
Oh, I like that one. I like that one.
Why,
How are you
why
this
did
morning?
it just hang there then?
Because it wasn't that funny. How are you this morning, human capital stock?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is
Good
that
morning,
a boner
human
today?
capital. Of course it is.
Okay, good.
Human capital stock. That's all of you. You know, that's what we are. We're stock. We're just more livestock.
Just
I
send
had
us into the big silver room where the rotating knives are. Yep.
Yeah, get the bolt gun out. Get the bolt gun out. And I had a nice weekend though. It was nice to have 3 days off.
What did you do with your time?
Well, you know, I took a little trip to the front porch.
You did? With your
Yeah.
Country Time lemonade?
No, I sat on the front porch with a couple of wine coolers.
Oh.
Got myself some wine coolers and then yelled at people kept walking by on the sidewalk. I don't see a mask.
Good.
Things like that. You know, don't think your dog's stopping there. Don't think your dog is stopping there. Think again. And yeah, it was Bartles and James.
I didn't know they still made those.
I have a stock of them in the basement. I've kept them for years. They age beautifully.
Do they now?
Yeah, they get better.
I wonder if they still make it.
I don't think they do. No.
I
Bartles and
think
James.
that's what Mike's Hard Lemonade is. I think it's morphed into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'll do this now, just really quick.
Bartles and James is back, man.
Is
Really?
The original Bartles and James in cans.
Because they were in bottles before.
Yeah. And they got thank you for your interest in Bartles and James premium wine coolers.
Huh.
Where to buy? Yeah, they're still available. New flavors, it says.
Can you get them in Utah?
Well,
I
don't know.
wonder.
Let's see.
That whole thing was a scam, though. The Bartles, the two guys. They were supposed to be Bartles and James. They were
That
just
wasn't
guys,
real?
They were just guys who worked for an advertising agency.
Acting. Ginger and lemon flavor, cucumber and lime, grapefruit and green tea, watermelon and mint. All kinds
Now
of
I want
flavors.
one.
Well, come on over. Sit on the porch.
You won't yell at me?
No, you'll sit. If you're sitting within 6 feet of me, I won't have to yell. You'll be able to hear me. So I had some. There were some people. My old family came down from Ogden yesterday, and we socialized at a distance in the backyard. They sat on one side of the backyard, and we sat on the other, and chatted. But it's because I had a birthday recently, and I've been meaning to mention this card. Why is it that mothers-in-law and mothers give you birthday cards like this? Okay. Now, inside of the card is a wonderful little note that she wrote me. It's a beautiful sentiment that my mother-in-law wrote me. But they always have to do these joke cards. Okay, so here's the joke card.
X96.com/live.
And I'll read it to you. So it says, there's a little smiling taco on it. That's a taco. Hope your birthday is really something to taco about. Celebrate like there's no tamale.
Wow.
I
See,
love
that was
it.
that
I think it's great.
Why is it? Mothers and mothers-in-law often, and grandmothers do cards like that. I don't know.
And she bought that at the grocery store.
Probably.
Yeah.
She's probably had it for a long time.
She has a drawer full of them, just
Yeah.
in case.
Not
I
just in
love it.
case. There's no just in case about it. She sent one of these to Stevie Nicks.
You think Stevie Nicks got a taco birthday card?
I'm not sure it was the taco birthday card, but I'm sure.
Now, how is it worded? Andrew wants to know: is it taco bout
No,
or
taco. It's
about?
really something to taco about.
It should
They
be
put the
Taco
A in
Bell.
there.
Yeah.
You don't need that A in there.
No.
Well, you can interpret it two ways. If it's to taco bout, then I like the taco about. I like that because that signifies to me that I'm going to taco on my birthday.
Well-
I will be tacoing.
Well, it would either way, because the word taco's untouched.
Like there's no tamale.
I think we're overthinking the joke.
Yeah, I don't really want to go into it
Hey,
any
listen,
further.
we have just put as much thought into that card as the people who wrote it, okay?
Someone got paid to come up with that.
And
Here's
yeah,
what we do.
they get
we
paid
get to
for that.
talk.
This card is made with paper from well-managed forests. It says.
It's the forest. You rake the forests. You clean up the forest floors. It's well managed, and there's no fires.
No.
It's it's
I
a
love
Hallmark Heartline from the Heartline collection. She's
I'd
very,
rather get
very
that
sweet.
than a sappy card.
Very sweet.
See, because I thought you were going to say mothers and mother-in-law usually do like the sappy card with the fancy handwriting and
It seems to me like they
The
always.
beach
It's
scene.
like my mom always did the horrible joke cards. You'd read them and go, what? And sometimes they're a little dirty, just slightly off color. And you think, Mom, why are you giving me this? Well, I thought it was funny.
you're a funny man. I thought you'd appreciate
Yeah.
a funny card.
That's right. Anyway, so human capital stock. I hope you're all well. Because you've got to get back to work. There's no doubt about it. You've got to get back to work. You've got to get this economic engine running again. We don't care how many of you die. Just get it running.
The corporate gods demand more blood.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to try not to think about that. It's too much. I tried to put in the boner candidates today nothing having to do with people acting badly because of quarantine and coronavirus. But you could do every single boner candidate about it.
Sure.
Every single one would be about. So I tried to not do every single one. I think there's one or two in there, but it's just people they're just not responding well to this. It's getting worse.
I always knew that a lot of people were a-holes. But I'm
You had no
realizing
idea? How
there's
many?
more than I thought. And I thought I was, guessing pretty high. But there's a lot of them.
Well, I guess that they're human capital stock, so it shouldn't matter whether they go back to work or not, really, right? Shouldn't matter.
Ugh.
Yeah. Anyway, I suppose we ought to get the show going.
Let's get it over with.
So what you need to do to help us with that is check in with the Radio from Hell show. What did you do on your Memorial Day holiday? Did you do anything at all? It was difficult to do stuff, so why don't you give us a call, 877-602-9696. Let's sort it out together. Let's find out what you did. We'll tell you what we did. When you check in with us in the morning, it's just kind of a great touchstone for us. It lets us know you're out there, you're ready for the show. So please, please, please give us a call, 877-602-9696. That's 877-602-9696. Call us now.
All right. So we'll get to starting the show after these. Manscaped.com.
Oh, yeah. Listen, support for this show comes from Manscaped. And they have the right tools to get the job done quickly, safely, and hygienically. And remember, Father's Day is coming up soon. And you probably you want a gift for your hairy dad? Well, the Manscaped company has it for you. Make your dad proud this year and get him and yourself Manscaped Perfect Package. So you can get the Lawnmower 3.0, which is a great kit that comes with that waterproof cordless body trimmer and a ton of liquid formations to round out your manscaping routine. You can subscribe to the Perfect Package from Manscaped and get a replacement blade that will refill your lawnmower trimmer delivered every 3 months. It is the perfect package for you and for your dad. For a limited time, subscribers get a free gift, the Shed Travel Bag, $39 value. And so just use the code X96. Get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be attainable. You can enjoy
They cataloged 1,568 cereals, released over 150 years, and then let people vote on which one is the best cereal in history.
In history.
So not current cereal, just
The greatest cereals of all time.
I know you feel strongly about that.
I do.
Barry.
Over 500,000 people voted.
This was a good list.
Do you agree with the findings?
I do.
Okay.
There's a top 50. Oh, no, there's a top 100.
Top 100.
Number 100 at the very bottom got 2,229 votes. I don't know as I've ever even heard of Vanilli Crunch.
It no longer exists.
Yeah, some of these are gone.
It was a Captain Crunch line.
Okay.
And the mascot was a white whale. But it was delicious. It was just little vanilla balls.
Sounds good.
They were just delicious. So good.
I remember the little white whale.
Yeah.
Now, do
Really
you
yummy.
Grins, Smiles, and Giggles and Laughs?
Yes.
That's 99. Never heard of it.
It's a
remember
kind of
that.
a sugary corn-based
Huh.
cereal. It's shaped like Smiles.
Okay.
All right, the top 10.
All right.
Number 10, with 5,051 votes, Wheat Chex.
Again, a good utility cereal.
I like
No Cocoa Puff.
Yeah.
Number 9, Puffa Puffa Rice.
Again, regional.
Yeah.
They
Number
didn't poll me on this.
Well, wait.
You know, Gina, there's a reason people don't poll you. No one cares for your opinion.
Well, so
Number-
far this top 10 sucks.
Number 8, and you've been urging me to get to it. I've been doing the entertaining part of the list. Now we get to the sucky part.
Okay.
I knew what I was doing. Number 8, Rice Crinkles. See
I don't
again.
know that one either.
Number 7, Concentrate. What's
I
Concentrate?
have no idea. That one I've not heard
Is
of
this
that
a
one.
British list?
I don't even. I don't
No,
recognize
because
the.
because Weetabix is not on the list.
Number 6, Wheaties. Number 5, Captain Crunch. Number 4, Honey Nut Cheerios.
Delicious.
Number 3, a good cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Always good. You like that
I
one.
like that one.
Number 2, they're great.
Frosted Flakes.
And number 1,
The absolute correct answer.
no, and I don't get this, but I know you love this cereal. Quisp.
Quisp. I nearly wore my Quisp watch today because of
A
that.
cereal that should come back, right?
It shows up every now and then.
Yeah.
let's get this over with.
Now, I know we have one person who's called to check in with us. Chuck is holding on the line, and we'll get to Chuck in a second. But that means there are lines open, and you can call 877-602-9696 and check in with us and let us know that you're there and you're ready for us to do a show. And we're happy to do it for you. We just like to hear from you. Gina?
Iconoclad has always sold face masks for Salt Lake pollution and has you covered now. Shop online for masks at iconoclad.com. Curbside pickup and shipping available, iconoclad.com.
The moon is a waxing crescent moon. It's on its way to full. We'll have a full moon on June 5th. The moon will rise today at 9:15 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 26th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020, and this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the human capital stock on the job here in the feedlot. The Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. She's having trouble with her allergies today, I can tell. And because I can see Katie right now, and your eyes are watering, aren't they? Yeah. And in the producer's booth, helping out as well, is Cynthia and Miriam. Yeah,
All right.
There we go. Check in
You
now.
can see Katie at x96.com/live. That's where
Yes.
you can see her watery eyes.
877-602-9696 is the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show.
You know what would be fun?
It'd be fun if we heard from Chuck. Chuck,
Yes.
thanks
Good
for
morning.
Thanks for
Good
checking
morning.
in, Chuck. How are you this morning?
Hey, I'm good. I spent my Memorial Day weekend practicing taking the coronavirus test.
You
Last
practiced?
weekend, yes, I practiced. Last week on the radio, I heard that Cynthia took the test and how it worked with someone sticking a long cotton swab up her nose. So I found a package of unopened package of 500 cotton swabs in my basement, and I opened it up and thought I should practice in case I ever have to take it. So I took one cotton swab at a time. It was about 6 inches long. Put it up my nose, pulled it out, took another one, put it up my nose all the way, pulled it out, and I did that 499 times.
What happened to the 500th swab, Chuck?
Oh, well, I kind of lost it. I put it in. I put it in, but after that I lost it. So
It's still in there somewhere,
it
isn't
may
it?
still be in there.
Yeah, you got some pretty big nasal cavities there, some pretty good sinus cavities.
Yeah. I like them anyway. I like them.
Let me ask you this, Chuck. Was there a lot of blood loss?
No, not too much. And there are a lot of unemployed surgeons out there who, in the medieval times, a surgeon was a barber. And so, we're not losing as much blood probably as we normally do as a society. So it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Chuck.
Well, Chuck.
Yeah, and I just want to say happy birthday to Stevie Nicks and my wife. It's her birthday, too.
Why does Stevie Nicks get top billing in the birthdays in your house?
Gina, do you have to ask? Because she's Stevie
Well,
Nicks.
Absolutely. She's Stevie Nicks. And besides, my wife is asleep, so.
She doesn't know.
Stevie Nicks is always awake.
What's your wife's name,
Yeah.
Chuck?
Janet.
Chuck and Janet.
Janet.
Yeah, all right.
Yes. And so for her birthday, as a present, I disconnected the light bulb in our refrigerator and replaced it with a disco ball and some 80s disco music. So when you open the door, you
It's
get disco music
it's a party.
and a disco ball. Yeah,
Mm,
Nice. I'm sure she'll love that.
yeah.
yeah.
I can-
It's a party on ice.
Cynthia,
party
Cynthia,
on ice.
Cynthia couldn't wait to move out, could she?
How did you know that?
Because she's told us many times. And, Chuck, it's always a pleasure to hear from you.
Take care.
All right, goodbye.
You know what would be fun?
All right.
Bye, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
Chuck and Janet.
All right. Well,
We don't have time for anything else, do we?
we really don't. We really don't. So, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, we've got a crash I-15 southbound at 33rd South in Salt Lake. We also have a crash westbound SR 201. Oh, this is from last night. That's how little traffic we have. UDOT's reporting something from last night. So maybe you were out last night and remember that crash on SR 201. It's all fine now. I know some of you are still coming back from camping because I don't know if you guys saw the long lines of cars from people winding down the canyons, but everybody was recreating this weekend. So some of you may still be making your way back from that. That's
All
traffic.
right. Thank you. Okay, well, we will take a break. We got big boy news and a Pinuendo full strength coming up after these. Stand by for that. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
When Shamrock Plumbing sends somebody out to your house for an emergency or for, something like I had them at my house the other day. It wasn't an emergency. I just scheduled it ahead of time. But Shamrock Plumbing, they will sanitize every truck that comes out. They have washing stations on every truck for their hands. They wash their hands before and after every job. The plumbers wear protective gear, and Shamrock Plumbing will keep their employees home if they show any sign of being sick. So you can be assured that when they come to your house, if they have to come in, they're in pretty good shape, and they do a great job when it comes to plumbing. They are certified, licensed technicians, and that isn't the case with some plumbers out there. They just learn on the job. But Shamrock, they have to be certified. No job too big or too small, so call Shamrock Plumbing if you have an emergency or if you need something just to kind of fix that you can make an appointment for. 801-295-1690 or shamrockplumbing.net.
So this weekend is also the big shopping thing.
It is.
And I'm telling you right now, if you go, I'm going to be hurt.
The big shopping thing being every year, Gina. Well, you tell them what you do every year.
Yeah, go ahead, Gina.
It's my mom, the Sainted Mary Claire, and 3 of her friends, and all their daughters. I don't even know how many people it is. It's like 40 people.
But they're all of a certain. Oh no, I'm not going to do it. Never mind. I was going to be way too mean there.
I was so hoping you'd
No.
continue. Let that thought flow through there.
In
Anyway.
fact, one of the mothers was shopping a day or two ago with her daughters. I'm not sure where they were, but
Getting
she
a
was trying
jump on it, were they?
Well, no, they were trying to buy the matching jammies because we all wear matching jammies, and
Those are pajamas for those of you who don't know
Yeah.
what jammies are.
matching jammies. And the mother said, "Oh, I want these," and they said, "Well, we need to order them in." And she said, "Well, I have to have them by Thursday." I'm like, why do you need 5 pairs of matching jammies by Thursday? And she said, "Well, we go on this shopping trip every year." And he said, "Is this Gina Barberi's shopping
Oh,
trip?"
God. Okay, so we don't need to explain it. Everybody seems to know. But here's the deal, is that if you go...
Why will you be hurt?
I will be
Terry?
hurt because she can't make the ride into work here and sit in this comfortable chair that Babinski's has given you.
But she can go
she can go
shopping.
and shop. And that just shows there's that guilt thing coming back, is that you and I cannot have any control.
No.
But Mary Claire, queen of guilt.
She directs my life, as you know.
I don't think that you should let your mother make you go on this shopping trip.
Right, that's right.
Well, and actually we've talked about it a lot the last couple of days, and she's been worried about me, and I've been having some trouble the last couple of days. And
Richie's having a T-shirt made for you, by the way. It just says "irritable uterus" on it.
Well,
I'd wear it.
Let's see if we can get a second tie line to come in here. I know big radio stations can do that, and we're just KXRK Provo, but let's see if we can get a second tie line in here so that Gina can be at home and we can be at Jiffy Lube on Monday. And we can all be here. All right.
It'd be nice if we could do that.
All right.
It's the JT thing that's the problem.
Well, JT can maybe send her traffic in pre-recorded.
Oh,
JT,
okay.
you're there, right? Maybe we could do that just for
Whatever
one,
you guys want.
for one day.
That's
all
a doable thing, isn't it, JT?
As long as somebody can play an MP3 over there.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, whatever you guys want.
All right, we'll have Richie work that out.
I mean, it would be sort of live traffic, but it would be like
I'll send it like a minute or two.
a minute
before
or
it is.
two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I won't be able to do my sign off though.
Well, we'll be okay.
We'll forego
One
that.
day, one day.
Yeah, whatever you guys want. Come
All
on.
right. At 6:31, time for Full Strength, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up with a free leak check. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Betty White is 98. She celebrated Memorial Day in quarantine by herself, and but she talked to an interviewer on the phone, and they said, "What are you doing for Memorial Day?" And she said, "Well, I'm going to have a vodka martini and a hot dog and some French fries."
Good for her.
Actually, that was from a friend of hers. The friend also said, Betty loves to joke that vodka keeps her young. She loves that image of her sitting at home in a rocking chair, drinking a martini and watching game shows. But I'll be honest, I don't think she's really a big drinker. That's not her. She'll take a few sips of a cocktail if the occasion calls for it. I'm not sure what to believe, whether she'll take just a few sips of I think Betty White might be a lush. I think she might be.
I hope she is.
The TV legend has been doing very well, apparently. She has helpers who are great. The virus is afraid of Betty, her friend
As it
says.
should be.
Yeah. And did you hear? So Elon Musk and his girlfriend, the mother of his child, they've capitulated and changed the baby's name
A little bit.
So the baby's name was a bunch of numbers and figures and Greek letters and things like that made no sense to most people. And but they've changed it to be something. They changed it to Ed. Now it's
They
Ed
didn't change
Musk.
it to Ed.
Ed Musk is his name. Now what? So apparently the state of California said it's illegal. According to our laws, you may not have numbers in your name. You can't have any numerals in your name. So the baby, they had named it X Alpha A12 Musk. That was the name. But they've changed it because the 12 is not legal. And now they changed it to Roman numerals. X, I think that A is Alpha A, and then the Roman numeral for 12, XII.
How do you pronounce that?
Ed. Ed Musk.
You know, these ridiculous rules are one of the many reasons that Lovey and I moved away from California.
As for what it all means, so X stands for the unknown variable. AE is like AI, artificial intelligence. Grimes explained that the A12 equals it's our favorite aircraft. I don't know. No
Just
weapons,
give the
no
kid a
defenses, just
name.
speed.
He's
A
already
has-
going to be weird.
The A stands for Archangel.
This
don't
kid
know.
has no hope. Of
The kid doesn't need to have a name or hope.
Is it
He
won't have
has
friends.
He has Elon. He doesn't need friends.
I just
Nope.
imagine this kid to end up being like Ed Nigma from Batman.
He's gonna be rich. He'll be
He's
fine.
got- yeah.
The money will make him weird, not his
he'll,
name.
And he'll mostly grow up on Mars. So, and things will be different there. Let's see. Another Utahn has died from COVID-19. The Utah Department of Health announced yesterday, bringing the state's death toll to 98. The latest fatality was a Cache County woman over the age of 85. No other details about that. Other than she's the first Cache County resident to die from COVID-19. Utah Department of Health tallied 129 new cases of COVID-19, bringing the total to 8,521. That's a daily rate decrease of 2.2% from the day before. 4 more people were hospitalized in the past day. The state had more people tested, and due to the total cases of COVID-19, 5,218 are considered recovered, which means people have gone 3 weeks since being diagnosed and not dying. So if you make it 3 weeks without dying, you're considered recovered from the virus.
you still feel like crap for a long time,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean you're totally better.
Apparently, you can feel like crap for weeks and weeks and weeks afterwards. A man was arrested Sunday morning on suspicion of murder after reporting that he had killed a 25-year-old woman. Ethan Hunsaker told police he met the victim on the dating app Tinder late on Saturday night. At 3:19 a.m. Sunday, Hunsaker called 911 and said, "I've killed someone." And this was at a home in Layton. Police officers found a woman lying on the floor with multiple stab wounds. They tried to resuscitate her, but she died at the scene. The woman was identified as Ashlyn Black of Layton. According to probable cause statements, Mr. Hunsaker said he picked up the woman from her home after meeting her on Tinder before taking her to a bar on Saturday night, after which they went to his home. Hunsaker said the date was normal, said we didn't argue about anything. He said, I woke up next to her and started trying to choke her, and then I grabbed the knife and stabbed her.
For no.
And then he said to the police, "You should kill me." He asked the police to shoot him. He said, "I have had daily suicidal and homicidal thoughts." He was booked into the Davis County Jail on one count of murder. I don't know why this is necessary, but I guess it is. That some victims groups say because this happened as a result of a Tinder date, that there is no room for victim shaming here. Because there are people who will say, well, you see what happens when you do that? There are people who will behave in that way and talk that way, and that's victim shaming. No matter how she met that man, there was absolutely, she had no, there was no reason. I mean, there was no reason to have that happen to her. Nothing. And so it's not her fault. But people think that way, and they say those things. This is a fascinating story. Members of Congress on Monday asked the Department of Veterans Affairs to remove or alter gravestones at 2 national cemeteries, one of them in Utah, because there are swastikas that honor Adolf Hitler on gravestones.
Really? I didn't
A
know
gravestone, and I've heard about this one before, a gravestone at Fort Douglas Post Cemetery in Salt Lake for a German prisoner from World War II. There were several German prisoners of war held at Fort Douglas during World War II. Paul Eilert was the guy's name. He died while being a prisoner of war here. And his tombstone has a knight's cross with oak leaves and a small swastika marker on it. And it's brought a rebuke by members of Congress from both parties. 2 other gravestones at a VA-run cemetery in Texas also have swastikas. One has an inscription on it also, says that he died far from his home for the Fuhrer, people, and fatherland. Allowing these gravestones with symbols and messages of hatred, racism, and intolerance and genocide is especially offensive to all of the veterans who risked and often lost their lives defending this country and our way of life. 4 members of the House Appropriations Committee wrote to VA Secretary Robert Wilkie on Memorial Day. I've heard about that gravestone before, and in that cemetery up at Fort Douglas, I forget how many, but there are 20 or maybe not that many gravestones of German prisoners who had died while in custody there. German names, and they didn't ship the bodies home. They just buried them there. There's only one that has a swastika on it, this one particular one. Speaking of Hitler, did you hear the big story about Hitler's alligator?
Is this real?
Yeah. Hitler's alligator. Hitler's pet alligator has just died.
It's a good band name, by the way, Hitler's Alligator.
At a zoo in Moscow at the age of 84. The 84-year-old alligator was born in America, in Mississippi, ended up at his name was Saturn, by the way. Ended up in a zoo in Berlin, and Hitler liked to go to the zoo. Now, it wasn't really his pet alligator, but Hitler liked to go to that zoo, and apparently he had a fascination with that alligator. He liked that alligator.
I enjoy watching the alligator.
Saturn. They have the same cold heart.
After the Gina, what? No, wait a minute. Now, you can't talk that way about Saturn.
I can't?
No, okay, I'm going to find the details about Saturn. This will make you change your story. I wasn't going to go into all of these details, but there's a whole Wikipedia page for Saturn, the alligator. He was born in Mississippi. He grew up and lived a long time in the zoo in Berlin. Then after the Allied bombing, he was transferred to Moscow. Now, apparently, Saturn had a mate at one time. They got in 1950s. The United States gave the Soviet Union a younger female alligator as a gift, and she was named Shipka. And she and Saturn began mating. They didn't produce any offspring, as all of Shipka's eggs were infertile. Shipka, who was 13 years younger than Saturn, later died, and Saturn was so distressed by her death that he refused food for a long time.
No!
By 2005, Saturn had a new mate who was then 30 years old. At the time of his death, in the Moscow Zoo, Saturn had several narrow escapes from death. In 1980, a slab of concrete fell from the aquarium ceiling and barely missed him.
They say that God was trying to kill Saturn.
In 1990, a new aquarium building was built, but Saturn resisted the move, refusing to eat for 4 months. Once a drunk visitor threw a boulder on his head to wake him up, but the zookeepers and the veterinarians kept him alive. He spent the last days of his life quietly, they said, sleeping and eating fish, rabbits, and rats. 84 years old. Saturn.
Said a bad word about Winston Churchill, did they? No,
He's not. He wasn't really Hitler's pet alligator. It's just a rumor that started because Hitler would like to go to the zoo.
He was my favorite alligator. Next to Walligator.
A U.S. biotech company is beginning human trials in Australia of the coronavirus vaccine with the hopes of releasing a proven vaccine this year. Novavax, the company is Novavax, has begun the first phase of the trial in which 131 volunteers in Melbourne and Brisbane will test the safety of the vaccine and look for early signs of its effectiveness. So that's some good news. I'm At least they're moving fast to do this, to try and. So here's just like this Donald Trump tweet caught my eye today. I don't know in what regard he was tweeting this, but it says, "Great reviews on our handling of COVID-19, sometimes referred to as the China virus. Ventilators, testing, medical supply, distribution. We made a lot of governors look very good and got no credit for doing so. Most importantly, though, we've helped a lot of people." What?
There is no national organization to do anything.
No.
He's letting the governors pick it all up.
He's threatening to yank the Republican National Convention out of Charlotte, North Carolina, where it's scheduled to be held in August. He's accusing the state's Democratic governor there of being in a shutdown mood that could prevent a fully attended event. The president tweeted that he had love for North Carolina, a swing state that he won in 2016, but he added that without a guarantee from the governor, Roy Cooper, that the event could be held at full capacity, we would be spending millions of dollars building the arena to a very high standard without even knowing if the Democratic governor would allow the Republican Party to fully occupy the space. Trump said, if you don't open up your state, we're going to pull the convention. And finally this. The cicadas are back.
You have plenty of time.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm tired.
But I'm tired.
I mean, I mean, I'm afraid I'm
Utah's
boring.
most tired newsman.
I'm afraid I'm boring people.
No, this is good.
What? I just don't want to bore people. That's
While
all.
you do this next story, I need to go let Riley out. She's whining to go potty, and I don't want to clean up a mess. So I'll be right back.
Well, it was a story for you, but I'll do something else instead. I think that the WWE, by the way, should, that's the World Wrestling Entertainment, I think if they haven't done it already, some wrestlers got to do a move called the Wuhan Lockdown. Don't you think?
Maybe you could get away with that back in the 80s.
No, I think you could. This is wrestling, Kerry. You can get away with anything. They can do all kinds of stuff.
I haven't watched it lately, so I don't know.
I think it was something called the Wuhan Lockdown. Oh, and another little side note. The word viral. I think we need to stop using that, except in terms of the virus, the pandemic. Because I just can't stand it anymore hearing people say, well, that video went viral. Well, that story went viral. Well, this was viral. Well, that was viral. No, the virus is viral. That's what's viral. And that's what's awful. Not some stupid YouTube video. Went viral.
Make it happen. Get on that.
I won't say it. I will not say it.
Okay.
Except about the virus. And the Chinese lab that was eyed as a potential source of COVID-19, some people say it escaped from a lab in China. Mm-hmm. They have admitted that they have 3 live strains of bat coronavirus on site, but they insisted none of them are the source of the global pandemic. The Wuhan Institute of Virology has, since 2004, isolated and obtained some coronaviruses from bats, its director Wang Yanyi said in an interview aired on Sunday. Now we have 3 strains of live viruses, but their highest similarity to SARS-CoV-2 only reaches 79.8%, he said, referring to the coronavirus strain that causes COVID-19. It's an obvious difference, she said. Yang Yi rejected the idea that the pandemic started in her lab, one pushed by President Trump and Secretary of State Pompeo, as pure fabrication. Her scientists had never encountered, reached, or even kept the virus until it received samples of it on December 30th, when it had already unknowingly taken hold on Wuhan.
So stop spreading that rumor around that it started.
Well, stop spreading the damn virus around then. No, but she says we do have other samples of a bat coronavirus, but they're not that one. And she said, that's what they do there. They study these viruses in hopes of keeping a lid on things, or in having the Wuhan lockdown, as it were. And cicadas are coming back, Gina. I wish that we do have them here in Utah, but not the way they do in the south and southeast.
You wish we had them here? Aren't they
Yeah, 'cause
awfully
they're
noisy?
Yeah, but they're cool.
You-
It only lasts. It just lasts for a little while. I mean, but after 17 years as nymphs growing underground and feeding on tree roots, cicadas are back across much of the south, much to the delight of the raccoons and the turtles and the birds that gorge on them, and the epidemiologists who've waited patiently for their return. They're big and they're noisy, said Eric Day, an entomologist. What's not to love about them?
Well,
they're big and they're noisy. Those are things not to love about them.
It's bizarre. They live underground 13 to 17 years. Then they come out and they hang around for a while, and they get eat. Yeah, and their only defense, they're not harmful, and they can't defend themselves. Their only defense is their numbers. That there are millions of them when they hatch out, and then they die and go back underground for 17
I thought people
years.
that live where they are hate it when they come around because they're everywhere and they're noisy. You want them here, but
We do. They do have some cicadas in Utah. Apparently, I looked it up, and I was in Pennsylvania, I think it was I was in Virginia when the cicadas came out, and they are noisy. They're really noisy, but it's kind of cool. It's just amazing how the noise that they can make, and they won't hurt you. They're ugly. They're kind of ugly, big winged bugs, but anyway, don't you think it's fascinating? 17.
yeah, I'm just glad it happened somewhere else. I'm
Well, it
fascinated from a distance.
Well, that's you, isn't it? You'd like to be fascinated where you
Yes.
don't have to touch anything.
Yes.
I'm surprised that you've ever procreated, as a matter of fact.
I'm fascinated from a distance.
Fascinated from a distance. I like the idea of that. I just don't want to do it.
I'll just watch you do it.
Yeah. What? No, you don't want to do that.
Not you.
Oh.
And do
All
they
right,
do
that's
that
it.
just like at night, or is it all day,
It's
every
mostly
day
at
for
night.
days?
I think it's mostly at night.
I've got video here of daytime cicada noises.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Another reason to not go to the south.
Boy, the list just keeps getting bigger. Every day. All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
The NBA is looking to formulate a set plan for resumption of play to present to team owners on Friday. There is a legitimate chance the regular season has already concluded. According to ESPN, the NBA is leaning toward jumping right to postseason play when play resumes, with games potentially all being played at Disney World in Florida. They're still talking about this. There are no travel restrictions standing in the way of temporary eliminating conferences and seeding teams 1 through 16. So they are going ahead with that. And the NFL is saying, we plan on playing this year to full stadiums.
I don't think they... No.
I don't.
I think
they
you
said
can say that, but...
They said we're planning on having full stadiums until the medical community tells us otherwise. Haven't they already told
They
you
have.
otherwise?
Yeah. This is such a Trumpian statement. It's...
We have a plan for half stadiums, 3/4. We're planning different scenarios. But first and foremost, we're working toward having those stadiums full because you're human. I forgot the phrase now. You're human.
Human.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, what is
Now
it?
you've-
Here,
Yeah, I've
Human
forgotten it.
stock? What is it?
Anyway, you're expendable.
Yeah.
You're
You
not-
are human capital stock.
Human
That's it.
capital stock.
Human
And that's
capital
exactly
stock.
that's exactly it. They need butts in seats because that's how they make money, and they're willing to sacrifice some of you
Well,
in order to get that.
I'm glad you're explaining the reality that you see, because it's true.
Yeah, they're willing to have some of you die, or take it home to your grandparents or your parents who will die, because they need your
money
to buy T-shirts and corn dogs, and that's your worth right there. Weather, so crazy heat on the way, actually.
Really?
So today will be nice, 82. Tomorrow, 86. By Saturday, we could be flirting with 100. Hey, 100, how you doing, 100?
What are you trying to scare it?
Huh?
You trying to frighten it off?
Yes, because it's too early for 100. But yeah, so a little bit of a crazy weather pattern there. And traffic, bike safety alert. Crews are repairing retaining walls along Provo Canyon. They've closed the shoulder area within the work zone for the safety of cyclists who use the road. Please use the Provo River Parkway Trail where possible. And no accidents to tell you about. Maybe you see something you want to share with friends of the program. You can always text it to us, 33986. Lots of people talking about cicadas there on our text line. So they make for amazing fishing on the Green River.
Really?
Somebody says. Muhammad went fishing yesterday. So you remember he...
Why don't you tell us about that coming up? Because I see on the schedule that it says Utah Word of the Day. Well, it's not Monday, so I didn't do one. I didn't write a Utah Word of the Day. It's Tuesday, and it's usually on Monday that we do it, isn't it?
No, it's Tuesday.
Oh, is it always on
It's
Tuesday?
always on Tuesday.
You write them on Monday.
Oh, that's why. Oh, I didn't write it because I had the day off. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't write it. So we could either find an old one, which I'd be against, or Gina can tell us about Muhammad going fishing.
All right, whatever it is will happen in the next break. Also, round one of your boners, all coming. Stand by. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Volkswagen Southtown is where Festus and I have been having different cars we can drive thanks to them. And the one we have right now, it's so cute. It's the 2020 Volkswagen GTI. It's a deep black pearl exterior with a black leather and red stitching inside. It's so good looking and fast and fun to drive. You should go check it out. And when you're checking it out and you think you might want to buy it, this may seal the deal for you, the great deals they have going on at Volkswagen Southtown. You can make 0 payments for 4 months. Volkswagen Southtown has decided maybe you need 2 more than that. So that's 6 payments. No payments, 6 months. Just you can relax for 6 months. Plus, you can get a rate as low as 0% APR for 72 months on approval of credit. That's 0% for 6 years at Volkswagen Southtown. Don't miss out. Rates haven't been this good in years. Hurry into Volkswagen Southtown, the #1 Volkswagen dealer in Utah and the top 3 in the country, VWSouthtown.com.
Lionel Elgin, our friend.
Baseball announcer.
Baseball announcer extraordinaire.
I've had people asking me about Lionel. What's happened
Well,
to him?
the season started again, and he got another job. He announces baseball on radio stations, and
he keeps getting jobs because he's really good at it.
He is excellent at it. He's very colorful. He loves the players, is the thing. He really, really, really loves baseball players. Really.
Yeah.
A lot.
You'll see what we mean.
This is the latest tape he sent me. He got fired again. And this is what happened. This is the last one that he was at. Here you go. You tell me if he deserved firing or not. I don't know.
So we're set to go here in the third. And what a beautiful day for baseball it is. Like a day in the park, folks. The athletes like cuddly little pets, frolicking, running, jumping, chasing, and retrieving balls. Furry, fuzzy fellas. So here comes Davis now, 0 for 1 today, flying out to right in the first. Notice the way Davis likes to sway back and forth, foot to foot at the plate. First offering from Lee, fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. And as Davis teeter-totters back and forth, one can't help but notice the up and down motion of each cheek of his finely toned hind end. Like 2 pistons in a perfectly timed machine. Lubed with oils and perspiration for maximum viscosity. Lee set now, kicks and fires, breaking ball low, 1-1. Call it the show, folks, and no wonder. Dave is very muscular. Also, one of the unfortunate individuals involved in the steroid controversy, being questioned by league officials, of course, Davis denies it. The 1-1 pitch just inside ball 2. I don't personally know much about steroids. I know in most cases they're taken via hypodermic needle. And I'm of the opinion, folks, that if a player wants to stick something in his hind end or have a fellow teammate poke him in the rear, so be it. Who are we to judge? If it helps the game, bend me over and stick it in.
And see, then that's when they went to commercial at that point, and
they fired him.
Then they fired him.
He doesn't get it.
Now, was it his comments about steroids? Is that what the problem was?
That must be it.
Yeah.
You know what
He sounds pro-steroid.
You know what the problem is that he needs a color man.
He does. He needs someone in there with him.
He's doing it all by himself.
He needs to do the play-by-play. He needs somebody to do the color.
I think he's capable of doing. Well, he does both. I think perfectly.
Yeah, he does both, but he needs to.
I'm going to continue to send these to Larry Miller, and hopefully we can get him hired for the Bees, because
you just like him in town.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent announcer.
I think we got enough of his kind in this town.
Okay, it is 7:03 right now. Round one of your boners coming up in the next break. Stand by for that. Now, what happened?
For Memorial Day, we went up to Pineview.
The reservoir.
And because my sister's house sits right on, she has beachfront. Right,
it floats right on the. She's built an island, and it floats.
So you can launch right from her house. And for Christmas, Jonesy got a paddle board, and Mohammed got a fishing kayak. It is a kayak specifically built for fishing. It has a little holding place for your pole to stick it in, and place for your tackle box, and
place for your beer. It's got a little
place for your beer.
Got a place for his beer.
Yeah. And you guys remember for that school project last week, it was a project where you had to make something and explain or learn how to do something and explain to the class how you did it. And he made a fishing lure. Like he whittled one out of wood and painted it. And, well, he wanted to go test it out. And he wanted to test out the fishing kayak because he got it for Christmas and hasn't used it yet.
Now wait. He thought that he was that would be an actual lure that he could use?
Yes.
Okay. Well, was there a hook on it?
Why couldn't he?
Was there a hook on it?
Yeah, we put a hook on it.
Well, because it'll just float. It's a piece of wood.
I've seen stranger lures, honestly, and some of them are designed to float.
So, and he's like a little outdoorsman. he watches a bunch of YouTube videos on how to survive in the woods and.
Well, I know, and he got attacked by a bear that one time.
I know. So we're on our way up to Pineview, and he's, stringing up the line through his fishing pole, and
it's always a good idea to play with hooks while you're in a moving car.
And Joe said, you should pick a lure to put on there, but you're not going to be able to be changing things out when you're on your kayak. You got to kind of just commit to one and fish with that one, because this was his first time trying all this stuff out. He's like, I don't want you out there with tools cutting it off and tying a new lure and everything. We're just going to stick with one lure. So we didn't use the lure he made. He's like,
but that was designed to scare the fish away.
But this is how crazy outdoorsy he is. He said, well, you know what real fishermen do, and this is what they do in fishing competitions. It's kind of like guitar players that have a bunch of different guitars tuned a certain way so they can move on to the song. And he said when people are in fishing competitions, they have a bunch of different poles in their boat with different lures on them and stuff, so they don't have to take time to change it. They just, you pick the one that's already ready to go.
I don't think the MEP is. We got to go to a coachman. Let's use a coachman.
But you have all these fishing poles. And so he seems to think that at some point he's going to have multiple fishing poles with different lures on them.
Sure.
But we went down to the water and he took off by himself, which scared me to death.
Wearing a life jacket, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I don't know when he's coming back. He just
if ever. Shove off. Ahoy.
And I'm at my sister's house, and we're socially distancing, but she has binoculars. So she has, like, Clorox wipes and binoculars, so we can wipe them off and share them to see. Whereas Mohammed out in the... And he caught a fish, and he was
that's exciting.
just as happy as he could be.
What kind of fish?
He said it was a perch.
Did he let it go?
Yeah. He's like, I don't think we're making fish tonight, so I let it go.
But perch are pretty good eating.
Are they?
Yeah.
I don't know. But it was the happiest he's been in months. We haven't done anything. He hasn't been to soccer practice. He hasn't.
Neither have I. I haven't been to soccer practice. I haven't been to school. I haven't been able to go visit my friends.
Nope.
I haven't even been to the hospital. At least your husband got to go to the hospital. What happened there?
So he had a suspicion that he was having a kidney stone.
Oh yeah, right. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
And had made an appointment with his doctor, and he was like, and the doctor said, well, we'll get you scheduled for a CT scan next week, and we'll check it out. Well, on Friday, Joe was like, this is bad. This is like I've never seen. He looked like he was in labor. You know how they say kidney stones are the closest thing to feeling what it's like to have a baby? He looked like he was in labor. Those are the pain faces.
Did his water break at any time?
Yeah. No, and that was part of the problem. He hadn't peed like all day. Like drinking water, can't do. And I said, go to the hospital now. And he's like, oh, I don't. And I'm like, no, that's what the hospital is for. Go to the hospital.
Well, it's for that, or they have good snacks there too.
So he went, and he said it was kind of surreal to be there during this COVID time, but that everything takes longer now. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Everything takes longer.
Because they got to stop. They got to wipe things down.
I haven't noticed because I don't go anywhere.
You don't go anywhere.
No.
Everything takes longer.
I sit on my porch with wine coolers.
But they did a CT scan, and he had a 6-millimeter kidney stone.
Ooh.
And it's right on the cusp of where they...
Oh, man, the cusp is painful, too.
Of
you
where
get it cut on your cusp.
They do this thing with sound waves.
It's ultrasonic, yeah.
Where they break it up.
Mm-hmm.
so he was right on the cusp of whether they would do that or not. And of course they say, well, we're just going to send you home and see if you can pass this on your own. And it's a waiting game. They give you a little filter that you're supposed to check and see if it's horrible.
Why can't they just break it up now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't understand why they won't do that.
I don't either.
I don't know. But I looked up pictures of what a kidney stone looks like.
They're sharp.
They're
jagged.
sharp and jagged little.
Oh, you'll pee blood.
Yeah.
They cut you up.
So that was fun, going to the hospital, and it wasn't fun.
No?
But it's a waiting game. Every time he goes, I'm like, did it come out? Nope, not yet. Not yet. So we had a fun weekend.
And it remains painful, right?
It's painful when it moves from the kidney down, but then when it drops into your bladder, you get a respite because it's sort of hanging out there. But then when it continues to, so we think it's hanging out in the bladder, waiting to come.
And then when it gets to your urethra, then that's going to be that's hell.
Yeah.
You know, again, I'm here. I'm at the hospital. You have the machine.
Just do it.
Why don't we just break it up now? You know,
I don't know.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No. And I'm sure it's got something to do with insurance won't pay for it or some crap like that. You know.
Yep.
Why would we want to use the machine that will help you? Because they won't pay for it. You know.
And there's no definite timeline. It's not like a kidney stone takes this long to pass. It could be days or weeks.
There's no definite timeline on most medical issues, Gina. They don't adhere to some rigid schedule. No,
they should.
No, most medical issues are just
a wait and see. We're
going
to wait and see
in their own time.
And you said, how big is it? Because you used millimeters, and that means nothing to me, so I can't even picture.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't have to be big if you're picturing where it's going through to cause trouble.
It's probably the size of a grown man's thumb.
It's not that big.
Oh, no, probably not. That seems a little large.
A grown man's thumb.
It's like aquarium gravel. How about that? It's like you're peeing sharp aquarium gravel.
But look up just Google picture of kidney stone. You can feel it just looking at the picture. You can imagine how that would feel.
There's spikes all over it.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep.
You know, like a goat's head sticker, like that.
Yeah. It's probably that size, too. Pass it a goat head.
And he's got a strainer?
So you pee into the strainer to try to catch it.
Because they're valuable.
You get it made into jewelry.
You save them. You get enough of them, you know.
Okay. Name it. Yeah.
Steve.
All right. Yeah, name it Steve. Why not? Okay. Let's see. Traffic, Gina.
An accident, Sunnyside Avenue at 8th South, 14th East. Emergency vehicles are on the way there. Bike safety alert. Crews are repairing retaining walls along eastbound US 189 in Provo Canyon. They've closed the shoulder area with the work zone happening on the side there, so they're asking cyclists to use Provo River Parkway Trail where possible. That is traffic.
All right. Well, let's see. We got round one of your boners coming up. What do we have?
Here are the titles of number one. Hey, this stuff looks familiar. Number two, human capital stock. And number three, string 'em up.
All right, so round one of your boners and big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by for that. RanLife.com.
Well, RanLife, our friends, local mortgage company. And this is a good time to refinance your mortgage. I don't think the rates will ever get this low again. It's just astonishing. So if you have a mortgage, you really should talk to RanLife about refinancing. You could be able to skip a payment. You might be able to pay off some debt with the money you save. And you can also, there's a way you can drop your mortgage insurance, and that helps as well. So there's a lot of information, misinformation out there about mortgage loan payments and what you have to do or not do. call Ran Life. They have loan experts standing by. They can answer your questions. Even if your loan is not with Ran Life, they can still answer your questions, and they'd love to talk to you. So give Ran Life a call, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500, or go to ranlife.com.
Father's Day is coming up.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehi, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazevedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it is 19 minutes after 7 o'clock right now. We are broadcasting live from our homes, and as long as that continues, this show goes to 11 a.m.
You don't make the rules.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's because we have so much to give. That's the reason. We've got more. I mean, we could go 7 hours, really. We've got that much to give. But they just added an extra hour.
Well, the wing ding, Bill. The wing ding.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's proved to me that you can postpone the wing ding and no one suffers. No one suffers.
Oh, they're suffering.
That 10 o'clock hour, that's a lot.
Oh, they're suffering.
That's deep hurting is what that is. All right. But anyway, it's time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1. It's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We have 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. So we'll take both of the winners and put them into the Boner Dome. 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day. For realsies, that's when boner fight happens. Right now, you are picking your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt. Someday you'll be able to pick it up. Won't that be fun?
Here's boner candidate number 1. Hey, this stuff looks familiar. A man suspected of stealing camera equipment from a Riverside, South Carolina business on Wednesday last week, then tried to sell the same items back to the shop he stole it from. The burglary at the center of the series of events was reported around 10 a.m. Wednesday. Earlier that morning, the shop owner, still unaware of the crime, was walking near the business when a man approached him and offered to sell him some camera equipment. And the shop owner said, "Say, that stuff looks familiar." The owner recognized the items as equipment from his shop, which he did not know had been stolen yet. So he returned to his store and then saw, yes, someone had broken in and that camera equipment was missing. The owner called the police to report the theft of several $100s worth of camera equipment. Responding officers then chased down the suspect, identified as 25-year-old. Excuse me, I have a sneeze there. Johnny Robles of Indio, South Carolina, and they caught up with him in a fenced area. He was arrested on suspicion of commercial burglary and probation violations. So he tried to sell the camera equipment
he
had.
knew?
Or
it was just a coincidence.
I think he didn't realize that the guy he was trying to sell it to, because he was outside of his shop, it says. He was walking near his store when this guy comes up to him and I think he didn't realize it was the owner of the store that he was trying to sell it back to. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2, human capital stock. While discussing whether the U.S. economy might recover this fall after the coronavirus downturn, a Trump economic advisor has referred to the American worker as human capital stock. Senior White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett made the wildly insensitive remark, first flagged by Aaron Rupar on Twitter on Sunday after CNN's Dana Bash asked whether unemployment numbers would remain in double digits come November. Well, our capital stock hasn't been destroyed. Our human capital stock is ready to get back to work. And so there's lots of reasons to believe that we can get going way faster than we have in previous crises, Hassett said.
I have the audio if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear how I haven't heard it. I've just read it. Let's hear how he says it.
Our capital stock hasn't been destroyed. Our human capital stock is ready to get back to work. And so that there are lots of reasons to believe that we can get going way faster than we have in previous crises.
But I just...
We don't have, our capital stock hasn't been destroyed. Our human capital stock is ready to get back to work.
There you go.
calling people stock is next level apathetic, and the way Hassett used the term so casually pretty much lines up with the lack of empathy shown to the victims of the coronavirus by the Trump administration and Republicans in general since the crisis began.
They're admitting that it's okay. There's an acceptable level of, well, we got to get back to work, and some people are going to die, but that's the way it is. They're admitting it.
Well, they may not be wrong. However, they don't have to be so callous about it. It's just that callousness is what strikes me. I mean, we may have to do that, but that doesn't mean you have to be a monster about it. I mean, it's a horrible thing to have to do.
But this attitude is in all throughout corporate America, which is why the workers need to realize that if we're organized, we don't have to put up with this stuff. We can. They've beaten and destroyed unions to the point where they've demonized them, and everyone thinks unions are bad. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, there are a few bad operators, sure, in everywhere, but for the most part, what unions do is good.
We need to organize our human capital stock.
If we're organized, we can stand up to them and say, this is wrong. Change your policies, and maybe we'll be seen less as stock and more, people, employees.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, string 'em up.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo now brought to you by.
The Gateway wants to welcome you back. Whether you're shopping, dining, or strolling, you'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, and dedicated pathways to help keep you safe. Visit atthegateway.com to learn more. Atthegateway.com.
Okay, I want to warn you here. There's a spoiler alert.
Okay.
In this story about the end of a movie. So if you don't know how the original Star Wars movie ended, you might want to turn away. Tune away right now, okay? Okay, I'll just give you a couple of seconds because I don't want to spoil it for you.
Not everybody's seen it, so.
Yeah. Right. Over the weekend, the actor, best known for his role as Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars movies, revealed to fans that his co-stars didn't find out about the plot twist, "I am your father" scene between his character and David Prowse's Darth Vader until the movie's official premiere 1 year after filming was wrapped.
Really?
Hamill's revelation came on a Sunday after a fan tweeted him praising his acting in the scene and asked what it was like to be on the set for filming of it. "Luke, I am your father." The scene from The Empire Strikes Back, one of the best moments from the Star Wars movies, many say. And the fan said, "I would also like to have seen the cast and crew's reaction when they first heard about this epic plot twist." And Mark Hamill said, "Well, we learned of it when we saw the finished film. When we shot it, Darth Vader's line was, 'You don't know the truth. Obi-Wan killed your father.' Only director Irvin Kershner and George Lucas and I," Hamill says, "and I knew what the line was. It would be dubbed in later," which is great. Well, you can do that because you got the Darth Vader helmet on.
So that means James Earl Jones would have known too.
No, maybe they didn't have him dub it in until the last minute.
Well, he had to say the words.
He had to say the words, so he must have known.
Yeah, but they could have had him do it right before the movie's release.
The point of the story is that nobody knew until they saw the movie.
Yeah, right.
So James Earl Jones would have known before the movie.
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it could have happened.
Very few people knew.
Yeah, it could have happened. Just a very short time before the release. The Vader line. Anyway, I think that's pretty fascinating that they were able to keep it secret. That secret. Several fans who hadn't known about that were shocked and surprised. It says here. I wasn't shocked or surprised. I just thought it was kind of cool that they didn't know. And Dakota Johnson. So that's Dawn Johnson and Melanie Griffith's kid. And so her grandma is Tippi Hedren.
The Birds.
And even more than that, Tippi Hedren was Joe Exotic before there was a Joe Exotic, you know. The original bird star, Tippi Hedren, she used to have 60 tigers and lions. She now has only 13 or 14.
Only?
Mm-hmm. She's still a big cat collector. They made a movie that her then husband wanted to film. It was an independent film called Roar, which resulted in 70 on-set injuries, including a scalp cinematographer and a savagely mauled leading lady, Tippi Hedren. Almost killed her. Mauled by a tiger, a lion, I think it was. During an interview on Friday on the Graham Norton show, he showed a 1971 Life magazine photo of Tippi Hedren, of Dakota Johnson's mother, Melanie Griffith, when she was a little girl, taking a swim in the family pool with a massive lion named Neil. And Melanie Griffith, she was.
Neil is not a good name for a lion.
Sure, it is. What do you want to name all of them? Leo, Gina? Is that
no? But Neil, it's not. Neil's not a good lion name.
If it's her lion, she can name it Neil if she wants to. Well, Donald Trump says that hydroxychloroquine has rave reviews. Rave reviews.
Where?
He's been taking it for several weeks. The drug has been getting rave reviews, despite health experts claiming that the anti-malarial drug can be dangerous or even fatal for people infected with coronavirus. Now, hydroxychloroquine has had tremendous reviews, he told Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson during an interview that was scheduled to air on Sinclair. I believe in it enough that I took a program because I had 2 people in the White House that tested positive. Oh, and just as a corollary story here, the World Health Organization has stopped any study. They're halting any clinical studies of hydroxychloroquine on COVID-19 patients because they think it's doing more harm than good.
Yeah.
That it's hurting the patients rather than helping them.
But keep pushing it.
The medical journal Lancet reported on Friday that patients getting hydroxychloroquine were dying at higher rates than other coronavirus patients. Coronavirus in Utah. Let's see. This is Utah case counts. 8,521 confirmed. 98 deaths from coronavirus. An estimated 5,218 people have recovered from COVID-19.
Use that term loosely.
Well, that means it hasn't killed them.
Yeah, but you say recover. Usually when I hear recovered, you're all better, is what I think, but there are long-term effects from having this.
An 18-year-old man became trapped on Mount Timpanogos yesterday. Let's see, helicopter hoist crew performed a high-risk rescue to bring him off the mountain around midnight. The hoist crew carefully planned and flawlessly executed the rescue, it says here. The skill of those crews saves countless hours and many lives, said a tweet from Sergeant Spencer Cannon of the Utah County Sheriff's Office. According to the county sheriff's office, the man got, quote, ledged out on a cliff face. That means you're essentially climbing down a cliff and you get onto a ledge, and all of a sudden there's no way down and there's no way back up. You're just stuck. According to the Utah County Sheriff's Office, he got ledged out. He was stranded on the cliff face at 9,000 feet after choosing the road less traveled, it says here. I think he spent a good portion of the night up there. They dropped down some supplies to him so that he could, he wouldn't freeze to death. It's pretty cold up there. And he spent most of the night on the ledge until the helicopter crew was able to bring him down.
This is why I remain seated.
Yeah, Gina, you are not likely to be ledged out.
Nope,
ever.
Never happened to me.
No, never be. You might be edged out, but you'll never be ledged out.
That may happen before the end of the show.
Yeah. At least 130 people have come forward claiming to be Jeffrey Epstein's secret offspring, hoping to get a cut of the late pedophile 600.
Oh.
The late pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, to get a cut of his $634 million estate, a Florida-based legal service looking for potential heirs of the perverted money man.
Perverted money
Who
man.
wrote this? Oh, it's the New York Post. Told the Sun that it had been contacted by at least 386 people, with around 130 of them claiming to be Jeffrey Epstein's children. EpsteinHeirs.com launched hours after Prince Andrew's pal was found hanged in his Manhattan lockup last August, and the calls have been streaming in ever since. Jeffrey Epstein was sexually promiscuous for so long that there is a reasonable chance he may have fathered a child. He could even be a grandfather. Calls have come in from around the world, including the U.S., Caribbean, and France, where Epstein had homes. They include a British woman claiming she got pregnant after a one-night stand in the 90s, and even an uncorroborated report from someone who says they were at a sex party with government officials and royalty. And there's still more stories out. Someone claiming, "Oh, I saw Bill Clinton at the island, that Jeffrey Epstein's island in the Caribbean. Oh, I saw him there. I saw him there."
I wouldn't disprove that.
Did you know that people are washing their strawberries, Gina,
Well, you
on
should wash your
TikTok?
strawberries.
Well, in salt water, because when you wash them in salt water, tiny bugs that live inside the strawberries come out.
Why are you ruining strawberries for me?
Apparently, if you wash your strawberries in salt water, little bugs crawl out of them. Now, these are little bugs that won't be removed by regular rinsing of your strawberries. It's a little-known fly called the spotted wing Drosera. It lays eggs inside of strawberries, and once they hatch, they will crawl out of strawberries when washed in warm salt water, appearing as tiny white maggots.
Not always. Not
No,
in
but-
every strawberry.
But often enough. Just remember, next time you bite into a strawberry,
Don't ruin strawberries for me. I need fruits and vegetables in my diet.
well,
For a change.
and with the maggots, you're getting a little meat too, so it's okay.
Yeah.
As my grandfather always said, a pound of meat's a pound of meat.
No.
Weather, traffic, sports,
So
whatever you wanna do.
it's going to get hot. Today it'll be nice, 82. Tomorrow 86. Thursday 90. Friday 96. Where do you go from there on Saturday? We'll be flirting with 100. Hey, 100. How you doing, 100? That's the weather.
Gina's trying to scare the 100-degree temperature away with her alleged flirting.
Mostly problem-free drive this morning. A little congestion on some city streets, but the freeways are sailing along. The only thing you don't want you to know about is a bike safety alert. Crews are repairing retaining walls along Provo Canyon. They've closed the shoulder area through the work zone. So for the safety of cyclists who use this road, they're asking you to please use the Provo River Parkway Trail where possible. If you see some traffic, you can text it to us, 33986. Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Here's boner candidate number 3. String him up. It's pretty ugly to see it. A Second Amendment Kentucky rally the day before Memorial Day turned into a display of Governor Andy Beshear being hung in effigy. I mean, it makes no sense other than some gun-toting fanatics wanting to whip up the crowd into a frenzy. About 100 people swarmed the governor's mansion to celebrate constitutional rights. They were packing heat. It was billed as a Second Amendment rally, what it really means to be free. And Pastor Cliff Christman launched on the governor's coronavirus restrictions, also grousing, "This has been one of the biggest shams in the world history. Grown men have been hiding in homes, nearly wetting their pants over this invisible enemy that nobody sees. Where is it? Where is it at? Let it come out and face us."
You can't
he
shoot
said.
it.
You want to bet? And then the hanging. They had a dummy. They put a picture of the governor's face on it, a photograph, and they hung it from a tree.
Isn't that a threat? Can't they be arrested for that?
I would say I would arrest them.
I would think so.
Yeah.
It's this group called the Three Percenters, and they're right-wing, some say racist.
No, I'd say, I don't know why some would say everybody should say they're racist.
But they couch it in the, constitutional rights, but it's really just a front for white nationalism.
Anyway, boner candidate number 3. String them up!
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, this stuff looks familiar. It's a South Carolina man accused of stealing camera equipment and then trying to sell it back to the shop owner. Boner candidate number 2. Human capital stock. Trump economic advisor calling the workers of America human capital stock. Not people. Human capital stock. And boner candidate number 3. String them up.
Okay. Here we go. It's time to vote for your round 1 boner candidates. We got to pick a winner here to send forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. And text that to 33986. It's pretty easy to do. You can also call the producer's booth and vote. Use your voice, 877-602-9696. Tell them who you want to win. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 26, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to pick your champion for round 1. Then round 2 comes up at 8:20. We get 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. And then we'll send both of those winners to Boner Fight 9:20 this morning is when you will decide Boner of the Day. This is round 1. Let's go.
Norm. Spell it with me now. N-O-R-M. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Today the boys are standing outside the ward house chatting with a new ward member who has just moved in from out of state. Again, the word is Norm.
Well, Brother Jensen, it's nice to have you in the ward. Where do you come from?
Yeah, what ward was you in and where?
I'm from a ward in Anaheim, California.
Well, we kind of spotted you as a Californian.
Yeah.
You may have noticed that not many of our ward members wear Hawaiian shirts to church.
Nor do many of the male members of this ward have pierced ears either, Elder Jensen.
Yeah, I'm hip. I felt like the brother from another planet in there. Thank goodness I wore shoes.
Well, why didn't you bring Mrs. Jensen and the little Jensens to church today? Maybe they haven't moved up here with you yet.
Or if they are here, I hope they're not sick.
Oh, no, I'm not married.
Oh, a Californian and a bachelor too, huh?
Hey, is Anaheim anywhere near San Francisco?
No, it's not. Anaheim is the city that Disneyland is in.
Oh, that's right. Disneyland. That's that big amusement park with Mickey Mouse and stuff, ain't it? We never been to Disneyland.
We've been to Lagoon. That's an amusement park. It's good enough for us.
You ain't gonna wear any of them mouse ears to church, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't imagine I'll be wearing this Hawaiian shirt again either.
So, what did you do for a living down there in Anaheim?
Well, I was and still am a tax accountant, and because you fellows have been so nice, I'd be happy to offer you some tax advice for free.
I don't pay taxes. I don't have an income, so I don't pay no taxes.
And I have a fellow that does my taxes, Norm.
Oh, what's Norm's last name? Is he in this ward? I'd kind of like to meet him.
No, his name's not Norm. His name's Evan. Evan Christiansen. Why did you think his name was Norm?
You said your accountant's Norm.
No, he said his accountant was Norm. It's a city near Provo, Utah. Orem! That's where this Evan guy is. Norm!
Oh, sorry.
Sure. We'll see you next Sunday, Brother Jensen. You should save that shirt you're wearing, too. I'm sure we'll have some kind of luau night in the cultural hall this spring sometime.
Yeah, we all get a little crazy that night.
You in part by a 3-meat plate.
And Iconoclad, they've sold filtered pollution masks for years. Now they carry washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or the walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, this stuff looks kind of familiar. South Carolina man stealing camera equipment from a shop, then trying to sell it back to the owner of the shop, who recognized it as being his own equipment. Boner candidate number 2, human capital stock. Trump official referring to people, workers, as human capital stock. And boner candidate number 3, string 'em up. Second Amendment protesters in Kentucky, which, your Second Amendment rights also extends to your right to not wear a mask and to not believe in the coronavirus. That was boner candidate number 3. And the winner was number 2, human capital stock.
All right, that's your winner of round 1's voting. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take both of those champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner of the day will be decided by you. All right, let's go to the phone line. Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox is on the phone.
Spencer Cox, how are you, sir?
I am well. Good morning, Lord and Lady. I hope you all are well.
We are.
So far, we're fine. Yep, doing well. So let's talk coronavirus, shall we?
I suppose.
Let's talk about the opening up of the state. It's a calculated risk, I suppose, to go from orange to yellow, and now I believe the only orange places left are the Salt Lake City and Magna and West Valley. Are they still in orange, Spencer?
And parts of San Juan County, correct.
Oh, yeah. So it's kind of a calculated risk going to the yellow phase. How are you and the Utah Department of Health and the Coronavirus Task Force monitoring all of that?
So we have a dashboard that updates every day. We're tied in with all the hospitals across the state, and we do watch it very closely to see which direction we're going. So there's 2 pieces to that. One is, of course, directional. Are you moving up or down? And then 2 is the overall the overall pressure that's being put on the system. So what is the bed availability? What is the ICU bed availability? And so you have to watch both of those. You can't take either of them kind of in a vacuum. The good news is that our resource availability is still extremely high, as high as any state out there. We've done a very, very good job of not overwhelming our healthcare system. We've been able to bring in the supplies that we didn't have in March, so that we are well prepared if there is a spike of some sort or a surge in cases and hospitalizations. And by the way, the hospitalizations is the more important piece than the cases, right? Who's getting infected and how it's impacting them is the critical piece of this. And so as we're reopening, we're really also focusing, and this was the update to the plan that came out last week, is a real emphasis on those that are at higher risk and how we protect them. So we know that half our deaths in this state have come in our long-term care facilities, and so doing more to protect them. Of course, anyone over the age of 65. And then a real focus on our multicultural communities as well. We've seen the Latino community, they make up 15% of the state, but 30% of the hospitalizations. And so we've got to focus more there to protect people from this virus.
So we had a Memorial Day holiday, and people feeling cooped up, feeling anxious, started socializing and socializing pretty close together in a lot of. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures of people recreating at a pool. I think it was in Utah County, and people at parks, and people were streaming to the canyons and hiking, and generally not observing social distancing very well. Can you comment on that? And is there any way to control that?
Sure, I can comment. And we, I said this before, but the virus doesn't care how bored we are or cooped up we are. It's just looking for hosts to replicate in. We're cautiously hopeful. As the experts we talk to, there's so much we don't know about this virus. There is some belief now and some evidence that there is some seasonality to it. We do know that being outside is always better than being inside. So if you're going to be close to people, much better to be closer outside than inside. Mm-hmm. So those are things we know. But we're still obviously very concerned, again, especially about those in the high-risk categories and people who might spread it to them asymptomatically. And so really we just want to urge people to prevent backsliding. We really do need people to be careful, to maintain social distance wherever possible, to wear masks as much as possible in public. All of these things are going to allow us to have more normalcy in our lives than less. It's the very things that we're doing that will prevent us from having that normalcy that we want. And so just really strongly encourage people to continue to be vigilant and maintain those safe social distances.
We're talking to the Lieutenant Governor of Utah, Spencer Cox. So what happens if in a week or 2 weeks from now, when people did get out and do a lot of socializing, we start seeing some significant spikes? How difficult will that be to turn things back down once people are out and socializing? It seems like almost there'd be no stopping them. Can we do that?
Well, certainly it's something that we're going to have to watch very closely. And the whole purpose of what we've built up to now is this idea that we can be more surgical. So if we do see hot spots or outbreaks, we can actually go and attack those areas. And again, we have mobile testing now. We have the ability to trace and contact tracing with people who have been infected, to work both forwards and backwards to figure out where they got it from and who they have been in contact with, and get those people quarantined. And certainly, again, the media messages are very helpful. It's really interesting in retrospect. If you go back and look at the data about social distancing and not social distancing, it had less to do with government mandates and more to do with kind of the media coverage of the virus and people making their own decisions. And so what we're really hopeful of is that we're protecting, again, those people who are the most vulnerable, because we've learned so much more about this disease now and who it impacts the most, and that we're allowed to have, again, more normalcy while still protecting people and having the best of both worlds. But that's a tricky line to navigate, and everybody's doing the best they can right now.
Gina,
I have a question. So I live in an Orange. I'm in Salt Lake City, and I've heard from several people that their kids who are on soccer teams or baseball teams or things like that reside in Salt Lake City, those teams have started practicing in areas where it's been relaxed a little bit. They're going to Bountiful. They're going out to the Jordans and practicing. They're looser out there, so we can have a better practice out there.
Gene would like to know if you can have them arrested.
Isn't there a danger in people that live in an orange area going and behaving that way in a yellow area? Shouldn't we, if we live in Salt Lake City, our soccer players are in Salt Lake City, you have to observe those rules there. You can't go somewhere else and do that?
Yeah, there's certainly a danger in that. And again, the whole purpose of having this more localized system is to be vigilant in areas where we do have outbreaks, where we do see higher rates of incidence. And there's two pieces to that. One, of course, is the physical piece, but the other one is just the kind of mental and awareness piece that we do need to be more vigilant. We do need to be more careful. And so that is concerning. We have left it up to the local health departments. Of course, they're the only ones that actually have the authority anyway to enforce those regulations and to be in touch with people. Still a lot of debate right now and a lot of science being done on children as vectors and their ability to spread it to others, and so we're learning more about that, and if it is as big a concern as was originally thought or not. Hopefully, over the next few weeks we'll have even better information, and we'll have better information about how it's spreading in Utah. We do have the surveillance, what we call surveillance testing. It's basically randomized testing that's going on of over 10,000 Utahns, and we should start getting data back on that in the next week or two. And so we're really anxious to see who's had it already and where it's spreading right now, and that will help us make even better decisions at the local level.
Things are really serious down in the Navajo Nation, and that doesn't count as part of our statistics. It's a separate thing. But part of the reservation is in Utah. Are we doing something to help them?
Yeah, in fact, we're doing more than the other states, and it's been a little bit of a source of contention, but in a positive way for us. We were the first to send out mobile units down there to increase testing capacity and to help the nation. We've been working very closely with President Nez, who used to be the vice president of the Navajo Nation, and my counterpart. We have a long-standing relationship. We've also been sending our National Guard resources. We've been sending food resources as well. A huge project here in the state that we're really proud of. The farmers of Utah, there's a donation people can make, and they can donate money to the farmers to buy food from the farmers who are struggling and deliver that food to the Navajo Nation. Just last week, we took truckloads of lamb, which is really important to the nation. Mm-hmm. We're sending sheep down there as well, and it's been a really, really positive relationship with the Navajo Nation.
Spencer Cox, always nice to hear from you. Keep safe and healthy, and the best to your family. Hope Abby and your kids are doing well, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
Right. Spencer Cox, everybody. All right. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, it's mostly a problem-free drive this morning. There's a little congestion on some city streets, but the freeways appear to be sailing along. I have no accidents to tell you about. We'll let you know about a bike safety alert. Crews are repairing retaining walls in Provo Canyon. They've closed the shoulder area where they're working, and so for the safety of cyclists who like to use that road, they're suggesting you use the Provo River Parkway Trail when possible. If you see something you want me to pass along, you can always text it to us, 33986. Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up with a free leak check. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Speaking of bikes, as you were just there,
I was.
If you recall, last week I was having trouble with my bicycle. Well, the story continues, the saga continues, and you can, if you'll stick around, you'll see what a dope I am. I'm an absolute dope, okay?
Well, we got that coming up along with round 2 of your boner voting. Stand by for all of that. State of Utah reminds you that your porch is going to be your voting booth.
Yep. You better get registered or find out what your affiliation is if you want to vote in the primary election, particularly. So you go to vote.utah.gov, and it's very easy to find out if you're registered, if you're eligible. If you're not registered, I believe you can do it right there online, but you have to do it by, June 19th. The primary is on June 30th. So if you want a ballot sent to you, go to vote.utah.gov, and you'll get, by the way, if you go there, there's information about all of the candidates that are running as well. I mean, Spencer Cox and Greg Hughes and Thomas Wright, all of those people, their platforms, what they believe, what they stand for, what they want to do, that's all there as well. So it's a great resource for voting. So simply go to vote.utah.gov.
Okay, the shop sells. It's called Celeb. How would you say that with all of those?
Celebrities.
Celebrity.
Celebrities.
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Oh, Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. You know, a lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah. I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovitz's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Oh, well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts,
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
Okay, 8:04.
Last week, so I have this electric bike. It's got a little battery and a motor on it, and it's pedal assist. So I can't just turn a switch and have it go. I have to pedal it.
They have some that do that.
Right, yeah, they have some with throttles on them. But mine, so it's and it's about the only form of exercise I can get right now, for various reasons, is using that bike. And so a couple of weeks ago, I was looking at it, and the quick release lever on the back wheel was open. And I thought, oh, that's terrible. And I tried to tighten it down, and I couldn't quite get it tightened down. And I started looking at it, and I thought, oh, my God, the bolt or the nut or whatever that it goes into on the other side of the wheel, it goes all the way through the axle and then hooks into something else there so that you can tighten it up against the frame of the bike. And I said I couldn't see a nut there. And then I sort of wiggled the wheel. It seemed a little loose. Well, I can't ride it with that. The wheel will fall off. It'll ruin it. And so I called the bike shop where I bought it, and they said, oh, it's not a part we carry in stock normally. We'll have to get a hold of Raleigh Bicycles and have them send us one. Well, they weren't able to do that. They kept trying to call, and they couldn't get them to answer the phone at Raleigh. Now, the problem is right now the biking business apparently is just overwhelmed. People are buying bicycles hand over fist.
They're not wanting to use public transit.
Now, the guy up here at the bike shop that I go to, he said, I'm swamped. I have back orders. Because once you get the bike in, you put it together for the person, And he said, I'm just overwhelmed. And he said, I can't just sit on the phone trying to wait for Raleigh to answer. He said, here, I'll give you the number. Why don't you try to call him? I said, okay. I tried to call him once, and it just kept, it'd ring, and then it'd say, oh, because of the present COVID, it's taking us a long time to answer the phone. And then it'd keep ringing, and I hung up. And then finally I decided, I'm going to stick it out. So I did, and lo and behold, somebody answered. And it was someone who sounded like a mother or a grandmother. And I said, is this where I can get some technical information and parts about Raleigh bicycles? And she said, well, yes, dear, it is.
She called you dear?
Yeah. And I said, oh, great. She said, now I will tell you, we have some lovely gentlemen in the technical help room, 2 of them, and they're just overwhelmed. Now, if you have a cup of coffee and a newspaper, I would suggest that you just sit there and drink coffee and read the paper, and I will put you through to them. But they're lovely gentlemen, but they're overwhelmed.
Yes.
But they will answer the phone. And so I did, and I waited, and somebody answered the phone. His name was David.
How long did you have to wait?
Oh, probably 10 minutes.
Not horrible.
I mean, it was probably 10 minutes to get the nice lady to answer, and then another 10 minutes, so it was a while though. And I explained to David the problem, and he said, "Oh, let's see. Okay, you have the Raleigh. Now, if it's the Raleigh this model, your bike shop should have that part. But if it's the Raleigh the other model, then I'd have to send something out to you." He said, "Why don't you take a picture of it and send it to me right now? Email me a picture of it." And I said, okay, I will. Gave me his email address. I took a picture of both sides of the wheel, sent it to him. He sent me an email back almost immediately. He said, here's what he said. Dear Mr. Allred, all the parts are there. I have drawn a few arrows on the picture you sent. The red arrow points to the threaded end of the through axle. There is not a cap or a plug-in that covers the open hole of the through axle. The light blue arrow points to the nut that the through arrow screws into. It is there. It's intact. Your bike is complete and safe to ride. So for this whole time, yeah, the bike is fine, sir. The bike is fine. Just, all you got to do is just make sure you tighten that quick release down. It's fine.
But when you took it to the bike shop, right?
No, I didn't ever take it to the shop.
Oh, you just called.
I just called them
Right.
and described the situation on the phone, and he said, yeah, it sounds like a nut has fallen out of there, but I can't get that for you. But I take the picture, and David sends back and says, you just have to tighten it down. And then I said, well, I'm an idiot. Thank you. I emailed him back. I'm an idiot. Thank you. He said, no problem. Now, why don't you just enjoy your bike?
No.
Just
Get out
enjoy your
there.
bike.
Get out there.
But I mean, what an idiot. You know, it's 2 weeks I haven't been able to ride that bike because for no reason. Shows you how not technically inclined I am. I thought for sure, and I was getting more angry and frustrated about it too. You know, just getting all bent out of shape about the whole damn thing. Like,
And
why
Dave
did I
was
buy?
like, now let me go help some people with real problems. You're taking me away from genuine bike issues that
But you know,
people
it got
are
me.
having.
It got me thinking. The same thing happened. So the woman who answered the phone initially, who sounded like somebody's mother or grandmother, same thing happened to me when I had a repairman here to repair my dryer. So I got talking to him about the company that I forget the name of it. But I said, so is this a family-run business? And he said, yeah, it's my dad started the appliance repair business, and now I work for it. And I said, oh, is that your mother who answered the phone? Because when I called them, it was a motherly sounding kind of.
Did she call you dear?
Older one, probably, but she said, "Hi, hello, this is Famous Appliance. How are you?" And I said, "I'm fine. I need a repairman." Well, what seems to be the problem? Just that real concerned. And she said, "Well, I can get you one of our technicians right away."
Would you like a cookie?
And it was that kind of tone. And so I said to him, and I thought it was really nice. I thought it was very nice, and I felt the same thing when I called the bicycle. So I said to the guy, "Is that your mother?" And he said, "No, it's just a woman we hired." And I said,
"We hire women that sound like mothers."
I said, "She sounds like somebody's mother or grandmother." And he said, "I know. That wasn't intentional, but it's proved to be the smartest thing we've done in a long time." He said, "It's great. It sounds like you're calling a family business." And and we are a family business. But I think more people should, when they're hiring people who are receptionists and people who answer the phone a lot, hire people who sound like your mother.
Yes.
Hire your mother.
You're less likely to pop off.
Yeah.
But if you hired my mother, you'd call and she'd say, "Why haven't you had your roots done yet?" That's what she would say.
Hire a real motherly mother.
I can't believe you haven't done your roots yet. Yeah. You really haven't.
Yeah. So not a nagging mother.
Not a Catholic mother.
You need to hire a nurturing, sweet mother who has that "I'll give you a cookie at any moment" tone in her voice.
Well, I mean, it worked for you. You were frustrated. She said, "Now, dear, if you have a cup of coffee and a paper, sit back and relax."
They're lovely gentlemen. That's exactly what she said. They're lovely gentlemen, but they're overwhelmed. So if you have a cup of coffee and a newspaper,
yes,
they will answer. You just have to wait. I said, "That's okay. I will. Thank you." And I said to her, "And it's a pleasure to talk to you, ma'am." And she said, "Why, thank you."
All right. Traffic, Gina.
Well, it's a pleasure to be driving out there right now. The driving is just like somebody's mother out there because there's no problems and you might get a cookie. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. We've got a great commute for you, so enjoy.
And it's all courtesy of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did it for you. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with round 2 of your boners. What do you have our candidates?
Let's see. Yeah, the candidates are now. Wait. How did you find me? Boner candidate number 2. That really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. And boner candidate number 3. Now I'll have to change all of my accounts.
All right. Round 2 are your boners. Big boy news, opinnuendo, all coming up. Stand by for those. GinaHomie.com, HOMIE.com.
You've heard me talking about Homey for a while now. They're a tech-based real estate company that helps you save thousands. I have even more reason to tell you about them now because they're doing some good. They're committing to helping people stay in their homes during this difficult time. I couldn't be more proud to endorse Homey. Here's what they have going on. Homey is committing up to $100,000 to the United Way by establishing the Homey Fund to assist those impacted by COVID-19. You're going to avoid a home foreclosure, pay rent, utility bills, that kind of thing. For every home bought with Homey over the next 90 days, they will donate $500 to that United Way fund. Homey's first priority is to keep our community safe. Homey makes it safe and easy to buy or sell your home. Your dedicated Homey agent can show you a home right from your couch through a live video chat. How can you learn more? Text Gina, that's Gina, to 88588 to buy or sell with Homey. Stay safe and save thousands.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA, but this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking the Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Haston, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh, no. If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, smoking psychotherapist.
Follow Gina Barberi on Twitter at RFHGina. This is Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 8:20 right now. And it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it will go forward and go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you decide boner of the day. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You can't buy it. You've got to win it. And someday, somehow, some way, you'll be able to pick it up. Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live the Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Now, wait. How did you find me? Authorities say a 25-year-old felon wanted for violation of probation was arrested after sheriff's deputies in Florida were notified that he was streaming on Facebook Live. Officials say that Timothy Mumford filmed himself driving to jet ski facility and renting a watercraft on Friday. The video also showed an officer approach and arrest him. Volusia County Sheriff's officials said they'd been advised that Mr. Mumford was known to be armed with a handgun with an extended magazine, and investigators did, in fact, find handguns, ammunition, and drugs in his vehicle. He was a wanted fugitive, and he was live streaming on Facebook as he went to rent a jet ski. Boner candidate number 1. Now, wait a minute. How did you find me? Boner candidate number 2. Boy, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has faced backlash, from Republican lawmakers after a reported request from her husband to get the family's boat out on the water before Memorial Day weekend, far from their home in Lansing, Michigan. Whitmer, a Democrat, famously has imposed one of the strictest lockdowns in the country, sparking frequent protests. What's more, she's told people not living in northern Michigan to stay away from vacation spots there during the holiday weekend. But in Facebook posts no longer visible to the public, North Shore Dock LLC and its owner, Tad Dowker, focused on what Dowker said was a request last week by Whitmer's husband, Mark Malloy. The post caught the attention of Republican state lawmakers who said the governor's family may not have wanted to follow the guidance that she has issued for the rest of the state. This morning I was out working when the office called me There was a gentleman on hold who wanted his boat in the water before the weekend, Delker posted. Being Memorial Weekend and the fact that we started working 3 weeks late means that there's no chance that that's going to happen. But he continued, our office personnel had explained to this man, and he said, listen, I'm the husband to the governor. Will this make a difference?
Wow. So he's
the
a
docking
jerk.
company later noted that Malloy respectfully accepted that the accommodation would not be possible. So he was hopeful that the fact that he was the governor's husband.
This may cost her a VP offer.
Yeah, there had been some talk that Joe Biden might offer her the vice president. I don't think it may cost it. It will. If there was any chance, if there was any chance that she was going to get it, this is it. Boner candidate number 2, and that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, and now I have to change all of my accounts.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by.
The Gateway wants to welcome you back. Whether you're shopping, dining, or strolling, you'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, and dedicated pathways to help keep you safe. Visit atthegateway.com to learn more. That's atthegateway.com.
Universal Studios Orlando will start welcoming guests back to its theme parks on June 5th.
No thanks.
Universal, Gina, it says here, will be welcoming guests except for Gina Barberi back
good.
to, so you're safe. You don't have to go. Universal Studios Islands of Adventure and Volcano Bay, which doesn't sound safe to begin with.
No.
I don't want to go to some place called Volcano Bay. Will all reopen to the public on June 5. Universal Studios Florida and Universal's Islands of Adventure will be open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Volcano Bay open from 10 to 5. City Walk, which opened last week, will expand its hours. This carefully managed reopening comes with stringent new health and safety procedures in place. So as we enjoy our parks together, everyone will need to follow CDC guidelines and recommendations of health officials.
And there are going to be signs up everywhere that say, enter at your own risk.
My son works for Fear Factory, and they're going to open pretty soon. But they've been working with the county health department like on a daily basis. He's actually having to be responsible. But they've been working with the health department on a daily basis and putting procedures in place to make it as safe as possible for people.
Well, Lagoon opened this weekend. I thought you'd do that story.
Yeah, they did. Same situations, trying to make it as safe as possible for people. And again, it's that. So now, how much risk are people individually willing to accept in order to get back some normalcy to their lives?
And there's some amount of trust that the public, these parks and places, they can't ensure your safety.
No.
They can do what they can, but a lot of it is just trusting that the people that are going to show up are going to follow.
Try and be as careful as they can.
Well, and if you saw your social media this weekend, they won't.
After admitting to shredding his buttocks muscles while gardening,
Brian
May said, well, he must be a very ferocious gardener, because not only did he shred his buttocks muscles while gardening, he also had a heart attack.
In the same instance?
Yeah. He has revealed further details of an incident that led to a small heart attack and the discovery of 3 blocked arteries that left the Queen guitarist, very near death. In a series of posts on his Instagram account, the 72-year-old said that it was a week after he had been sent home from sustaining his gardening injury, the one to his buttocks, he was still in such agony that he wanted to jump at some points. He was readmitted to hospital for an MRI, and that discovered a severely compressed sciatic nerve the product, he concluded, of 50 years as a guitarist. Anyway, small heart attack, and
Just
I think
a small one.
he's going to stop gardening, I think. Cache County woman died as a result of coronavirus, bringing the Utah death toll as of Monday to 98. She was a woman over the age of 85. Monday's new cases represent a daily rate decrease of 2.2% from the day before. The Utah Farm Bureau, as you heard Lieutenant Governor Spencer Cox talking about, have reached out and gathered their efforts together to help the Navajo Nation. Miles-long food bank lines have become emblematic of the coronavirus pandemic, and many Utah farmers and ranchers have found themselves with plenty of food but nowhere to sell it. Farmers and ranchers have been in just a crazy moment through all of this, said Ron Gibson, president of the Utah Farm Bureau. It's been devastating to some industries, and one of the industries that's been hurt is the sheep industry. A sheep rancher in San Pete County recently had a freezer full of meat he couldn't sell. Gibson said, just as the Navajo Nation, where mutton is a staple for many families, was becoming one of the regions most affected by the coronavirus. Looking at the twin problem of food insecurity caused by the economic crisis and a drop in market demand for the food product, a coalition of groups, including the Utah Farm Bureau, formed Farmers Feeding Utah, a new effort designed to address both issues at once. So they sent... let's see, it says in 3 weeks the initiative raised enough money to pursue its first project. They purchased 16,000 pounds of lamb and 500 live sheep from Utah ranchers and then donated that to families in the Navajo Nation.
People are asking where they can donate. Is there any information
let's see.
there?
It's called, well, the organization is called, I think if you just Google, let me get the name of it again. So it's not the Utah Farm Bureau. It is Farmers Feeding Utah. Yeah, Farmers Feeding Utah. And so, there it is, farmersfeedingutah.org. And you can make a donation on that website right there. And they make it pretty easy. You can do a donation, a meal for 2 families. You can feed 2 families for $20 or for $50.
I'll tweet out a link to this. Maybe Katie can do it too.
Let's see. I wanted to do another story. How much time do we have here?
You got a couple of minutes.
Jeremy Johnson, you know who that is. St. George businessman convicted of making false statements to banks has been released from prison 23 months early because of coronavirus. Johnson posted a video Friday night showing him standing beside his wife and 2 children in front of a small airplane. The rumors are true, he said. So happy to be home. Someone said, I thought you had to be in prison 2 more years. And he said, I did, but they let me out due to coronavirus. Johnson's explanation could not be confirmed, but a federal inmate website shows that he's still located at a federal halfway house in Phoenix with a release date of April 10, 2022. However, the U.S. Bureau of Prison has been releasing white-collar criminals to the home confinement. So I think it is likely he's out. They're going to send some people back into space tomorrow.
Good.
Maybe. In a historic moment, a decade in the making, the skies above Florida will light up on Wednesday when the launch of a rocket will be take 2 men to the space shuttle. But the weather's not looking great, apparently. So that might put a kibosh on it. But the space ship known as SpaceX Demo 2, it's going to send, and now they've been sending up supply payloads with this rocket. This is SpaceX, the Elon Musk company, and those have been quite successful. And so this will be the first time they're gonna put some people on it and send them up. So
I'm all for shooting people into space as long as I get to pick who and the destination.
Well, these 2 guys seem like nice guys. I saw an interview with them. They seem like nice guys, so maybe you want to keep them here. and send somebody else. And a company called Sheets Beer has released a beer brewed with hot dogs.
Oh, this is beer that Mitt Romney will like.
Well, it's beer, Gina. Icky beer.
Yeah, that's true. He won't.
Icky beer.
This sounds disgusting for beer, by the way.
Sheets
that
hot dog.
really
It
gross.
does not sound good. Sheets says that it's hot dog flavored.
No one will buy this.
Beer.
Who will buy this? It will be a joke gift.
That's a dare food.
Dare food, yeah.
No, it says, no, don't worry. The beer does not taste like hot dogs. We thought it was just a fun concept and the perfect beer for pairing with Sheets hot dogs. I guess Sheets makes hot dogs. And so the Sheets hot dog beer is just a beer to go with
It's already
Sheets
too
hot dogs.
confusing.
Yeah,
People
they're going to
won't
regret
think
naming it that.
far.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. They're going to regret that.
I think hot dog water.
Yeah.
I love hot dog water.
Yeah, it's so gross.
Don't throw that out. I'll drink that.
It's also a good boiling your hot dogs. That's a good method.
I don't think so.
Grilled.
I never ever would boil.
They always
a hot
come out
dog
perfect.
Again.
They always, they're never burned. They always come out perfect.
No, they come out soggy sometimes.
I've never had that.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's not. I don't like it. No.
All right.
Nope.
I don't like it.
Not going to have it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Yes, I have some, and it's brought to you by Injured in an Accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com. Well, there was golf happening over the weekend. Tom Brady played a miserable golf for 6+ holes during the match on Sunday, but the 4-time Super Bowl MVP came roaring back just as many people were giving up on him, as so often happens. Oh, and there's great video of him splitting his pants.
Yeah.
Bends over and splits his pants. That was the most exciting thing that happened in this charity golf
Who won?
match. Oh, who won? I guess I
Tiger
should know
Woods
that.
and what's his name?
Manning.
Yeah, Manning, Peyton Manning.
So yeah, there you go. That was golf that happened. Sports. Weather is going to be getting progressively warmer throughout the week. Today, sunny and 82. Tomorrow, 86. Thursday, 90. Where do you go from there? You go up. Friday, 96. What happens Saturday? Hey, 100. How are you? We're flirting with you there, 100. It's going to be way too hot for May. Invest in you with visual freedom from glasses or contacts. Visit Weight Vision in Lehigh or waitvision.com. That's WAITE vision.com. Traffic. We've got a disabled semi, I-80 eastbound near the Mount Air exit in Parley's Canyon. Early reports say the rear tires were on fire. No visible flames right now and not really affecting traffic. Things have been very, very smooth this morning. Bike safety alert, cruiser repairing retaining walls along Provo Canyon. They've closed the shoulder area through the work zone. They're asking cyclists to use the Provo River Parkway Trail when possible to avoid that work area. Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job, get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, and license. 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Here's boner candidate number 3. Oh, great, now I have to change all of my accounts. And the continued ineptitude of the Trump administration. You know, it's always a feel-good story when the president gives over his salary to some charity or something. Press secretaries have relished doing that story over the years. The quarterly announcement of which government agency Mr. Trump has selected to be the lucky recipient of his salary. An easy way to show the president is sticking to his 2016 campaign pledge to forego his $400,000 a year salary and donate it. In the past, the $100,000 check from Mr. Trump has been made out to the Small Business Administration to help veteran entrepreneurs, to the Office of the Surgeon General to fight the opioid epidemic, and to the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. But on Friday, Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, did not just reveal that the president was sending his salary to the Department of Health and Human Services to help support the efforts being undertaken to confront, contain, and combat the coronavirus. She also displayed the president's private bank account and routing numbers. Routing numbers. The $100,000 check she held up like a prop appeared to be a real check from Capital One, complete with the relevant details. An administration official said that mock checks were never used in the briefing. A White House spokesman, Judd Deere, said in a statement, today his salary went to help advance new therapies to treat this virus. Leave it to the media to find a shameful reason not to simply report the facts. No, it's a boneheaded move to show his actual account numbers and routing numbers to the media. Boner candidate number 3. No, great. Now I have to change my accounts.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Now, wait. How did you find me? Florida man arrested. He was a wanted fugitive. He really couldn't figure out how the cops found him, even though he was live streaming himself going to a shop to rent a jet ski. Boner candidate number 2, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer caught in a Memorial Day lockdown controversy over her husband's request to get their boat out. He called the docking company. Would you get our boat out, get it on the water for Memorial Day? She has said, no. Michiganders, you should not be doing this. And yet her husband played the don't you know who I am card, too. And Boner candidate number 3, now I've got to change all of my accounts.
Okay, here you go. This is round 2 of your boners. Let's get to voting. 1, 2, or 3. Remember the candidate number, the one that you think should win in this round. The one that you think should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day, going up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. Here you go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Easy. Okay? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. The producer's booth will take your votes. Or go online. X96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting May 26, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right, if it wins here, it goes forward to Boner Fight. That happens at 9:20. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other to determine who is Boner of the Day. Again, that happens at 9:20. Right now, this is round 2. Let's get to voting after these.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, Creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but he belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I wanted to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No, I
like
have
the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Well, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God though.
Yep.
Round 2 of your boners.
Yes, let's. And it's brought to you in part by an ice cream cake.
Oh, nice.
And Iconoclad, they've always sold face masks for Salt Lake pollution. They have you covered now. Shop online for masks at iconoclad.com. Curbside pickup and shipping available, iconoclad.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Now, wait. How'd you find me? You know, criminals are just not smart. You're trying to lay low. If you're on the lam, you probably ought not be Facebook Living your whereabouts. But the cops, they saw him and they got him. Boner candidate number 2, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, she's been very strict about locking down Michigan, warning Michiganders not to go to the northern part of Michigan where all the recreation takes place. Don't go boating. And but a docking company said, the governor's husband called and wanted to get his boat put out for the Memorial Day holiday.
And did a Don't You Know Who I Am.
Yeah. And boner candidate number 3, now I have to change all of my account numbers. The presidential spokesperson holding up a check to show that they're donating, that Donald Trump is donating part of his salary to a worthy cause, but it's got the account numbers and routing numbers on it. Let's see. Alex won a boner T-shirt, which he will claim someday, and the winner was boner candidate number 2, Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
There you go. That's the winner of round 2's voting. It now goes forward. It might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1. Either way, you'll find out at 9:20 when we put both of these contenders into the Boner Dome together, and you decide boner of the day at that
You
time.
liberals will never nominate a Democrat for a boner. You guys never do that.
We
Just
did.
did it.
Just
did it.
You,
Now,
yeah? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I had some Twitter stuff, but go ahead.
Well, I was going to say we got up at I think it was 1 or so this morning, and put a brisket on the Traeger.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, put a brisket on the Traeger.
You did?
And yeah, because it's a big one, and so according to all the calculations that we had done, it'd take a good 10 to 12 hours to smoke the thing.
Low and slow.
Yeah, low and slow. Well, I keep getting reports all morning that the interior temperature is rising rapidly, and it might just be a breakfast brisket now.
Oh, because you have the app on your phone that alerts you to your meat temperature.
Well, that's okay.
So
Brisket's
yeah, it might
good
be a
anytime.
breakfast brisket. So
Brisket's good anytime,
and that'll last us all week long because there's so much of it. So that's what's going on in my life.
I had brisket yesterday. I had the 3 meat plate. I had brisket, sausage, and ribs, and creamed corn because it was just like a celebration for my birthday. Oh, you got those pictures, Katie? So here, I'll show you one of my birthday presents. I tweeted a picture of it at RFH Bill, but here's one of my birthday presents.
X96.com/live.
You see that?
You got a lizard?
Yeah, my oldest daughter made that.
She made you a lizard.
Well,
like out of paper mache or something? What?
No, I don't know how. It's some kind of. It's not paper mache. It's some kind of. Katie might know what it is. It's like almost a plastic material, but you can mold it and shape it. I forget what it's called, but she.
Is
actually,
it like a molding clay?
No, it's not clay. I don't remember what it is, but it's so. I mean, she didn't really make this. She didn't make it for me specifically. I think I noticed it at their house one time when I was up there, and liked it, and so.
I give him that.
Yeah.
Does he have a name?
No, I didn't. I don't know. I didn't ask her. I didn't.
You gotta name him.
And then I got see back there, and there's a picture of that too at x96.com. At RFH Bill. It's called a lucky bamboo plant.
Mm-hmm.
And you just put them in water. They gave that to me as well, and a box of Cheetos or Cheez-Its, excuse me, box of Cheez-Its. So I was happy. It was a happy day for me. Cheez-Its and brisket. Good. Oh, and then there's another picture. You want to put that up too, Katie? This is just a picture of my youngest son, little Bill, who also just had a birthday. Now, some time ago, we at X96 thought it would be really funny to give away prizes in chicken buckets. And we ordered a bunch of chicken buckets.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've never used them for anything. There are cases of them sitting in Todd's office, I think. They might have gone to the, but I brought one home the other day. I had a couple on my desk, and I needed to carry some stuff, so I used one of those chicken buckets and brought it home. And it really does make the perfect hat, because at RFH Bill, you can see it on Twitter. Or Katie should maybe, are they putting it up at x96.com?
They put it up, yeah.
You can see Lil Bill wearing the chicken bucket as a hat. He likes it, although he would prefer it to be a Kentucky Fried Chicken bucket rather than just this chicken bucket. But
well,
perhaps he could incorporate it into his costuming for the Fear Factory. He could be crazy chicken bucket head man.
He's thinking of that, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks pretty good on him. So I'm thinking maybe that's what we do with them. We give them away as hats.
As hats?
Sure.
Well, the idea is that we would just take random prizes and put them in the chicken bucket.
Mm-hmm.
That we would
back up.
What?
The original thing.
We really wanted to put chicken.
Bill
in
wanted
them.
to give away chicken.
Yeah,
I wanted to give away fried
actual
chicken. Yeah.
And then once we explained, food handlers permits and all of that kind of thing, we realized that actual chicken may not be the way to go. So we then jumped to, how about coupons for chicken? And that didn't work out. So then it became the Harvey bag, which is the old Hotel Balderdash gag. Is it was a paper bag, and it was filled with something, and you didn't know what it was till you got it. And so that's what we decided we'd do, is we just take random stuff and put it in there and just give them away at a whim. Mm-hmm. You win a chicken bucket. And it's just we never got around to doing it. So
we've never done it.
Between Katie and Sarge, we need to make that happen. All right?
Because we have the buckets.
We've got the buckets and
that part's already done.
There was some talk about giving away popcorn as well.
At one time, yeah. There was
there'd be a good popcorn tub at the
Broadway.
Salt Lake Film Society.
Yeah,
something.
we were talking about that.
Yeah.
But that never happened either. So we need to...
But we
again,
still have them.
This is an example of as what my mother used to say. It's an example of someone going off half cocked.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
You just went off half cocked on this plan, didn't you?
You didn't think through the chicken bucket.
Order the
very well.
damn buckets. We've got 500 of them, I think.
So we've just got to start, filling them up with random stuff and giving them away. Once we can start giving things away again, where people can come and pick them up.
I think
so. It may be
know.
sometime next year that we'll
I
get.
think we could be trendsetters though, and repurpose them and say these are hats. This is the hat that everyone wants to have.
That's not a good hat.
Everyone
There's no
will.
brim. It's not going to keep the sun off your face.
Everyone wants to win to get one of these hats. It's the latest thing.
You can try that.
It looks good on him. I didn't try it on myself. I should see how it looks on me. I look good in pretty much any hat, so it might look okay.
I thought it was sunglasses.
Oh, wait, it's sunglasses. Never mind.
Wow, you just talked yourself right into something there.
Yeah.
You were convinced that was true.
I was, but
That's
no,
how
it's
Donald
not true.
Trump does that.
It's not true.
Oh, Trumpy.
No, I look good in any pair of sunglasses, not in any in any hat.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
Yes, expect closures 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. May 26th and 28th, the intersection of Orem's 8th North and US 189 at the mouth of Provo Canyon. This is for paving work. The interchange will be open to westbound traffic only. And they are widening the road, SR 113 by 24 South to Tate Lane. I don't know where any of those places are, but perhaps if you frequent them, you go, oh, Tate Lane, I drive on that every day. I'm glad you told me that there's a repaving project going on. There's not much traffic. There is a disabled vehicle westbound side of I-80 approaching the Chain Up area. This is in Parley's Canyon. Fire trucks and incident management vehicle, not ours, but a real one, now on the scene to assist. And if you see something, you can text it to us and I'll pass it along, 33986. Are you not entertained? Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, Magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
Somebody in the chat room points out that if you put a white mask on my son, he looks like the mysterious guitarist Buckethead. Well, as a matter of fact, my son idolizes that guy, whoever Buckethead is. He just thinks he's the greatest. So there you go.
Okay. We'll take a break. We will be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd on the way. And boner fights to determine who is boner of the day. All of that and more coming up. Since we are broadcasting live from our homes, these shows these days go to 11 a.m. So yeah. I would encourage you to stick around, but really, how feasible is that? 5 whole hours. I mean,
listen, we have to do it. People can do it. We do it.
UtahAdvocates.com.
Oh, the advocates. If it's weird. There have been a lot of accidents. Even though there's been less traffic, there have been a lot of accidents and serious accidents. Now, God forbid that you be one of those. But if you do get in an accident, you may need some help. It's happened to our staff. A couple of people at X96 have used the services of the advocates, Katie among them, because they were in danger of getting taken advantage of by the insurance companies. And so you call the advocates, 801-355-5550. You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or you can chat online with them, UtahAdvocates.com, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will always speak with an attorney, never a gatekeeper, never a paralegal, always an attorney. And they can determine whether you have a case or not, probably on the phone. And if they take your case, they don't charge you anything unless they get you a settlement. So call the advocates, 801-355-5550 or utahodvocates.com.
Blood supplies.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna.
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said, I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the...
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay? So my lovely wife, Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So, you know, as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's you're
rich.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot of
you
rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, yeah, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in
can
there.
you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job.
He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead.
Senior. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-I-O-R. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while Head to the Class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the Class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember? Me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building. We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on Head of the Class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop.
It's up to you guys, I think.
All right, there we go.
I dumped her.
That's better. Can we see Todd? I know before we've been able to do some camera work, so... There he is. Hi, Todd.
It's just a floating head over there.
X96.com/live, you actually get like the full picture of it.
So Todd is, of course, the program director at X96, and every Tuesday he brings us to here. And what have you selected for us this time?
Well, today it's another one from Oliver Tree. He's had a bunch of different songs out, and he's an interesting artist because he looks like the 90s, like in a weird sort of bizarre way. Like he's all into the ridiculously wide-leg Genco jeans and has a haircut that reminds me of, you know, the scary guy on No Country for Old Men. Mm-hmm. So anyway, the song's cool. We like it, and it's called Let Me Down.
Let Me Down. Oliver Tree, you say? Okay. Well, all right, here it is. Tuesday Tunes with Todd. Oliver Tree, Let Me Down. X96.
Crater. Spell it with me now. Crater. C-R-A-T-E-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring that quintessential Utahn LeGrand R. Dunn and his son, LeGrand R. Dunn II, or LeGrand Jr., as the family calls him. Let's join them now as they stand in the line to see Santa Claus at the mall.
Now, you remember, Junior, tell Santy nice and loud what you want for Christmas.
Okay.
But only ask for them inexpensive gifts that we already discussed betwixt the two of us.
I'm afraid of Santa Claus, Dad. He won't hurt me, will he?
Oh, no, of course not. As long as you don't ask him for them expensive gifts.
Okay.
You see that little boy over there with the broken arm?
Yeah.
He asked Sandy for one of them fancy video game thingers. Sandy has a lot of work to do at Christmas time, and he can get a little bit testy.
Well, how come Santa Claus gives us presents at Christmas time? I mean, Christmas is his birthday, not ours. We should give Santa Claus presents.
What? You think Christmas is Santa Claus's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I knew I shouldn't have let you go to public school. I knew I should have kept up with that John and Vicky Singer home study plan. Christmas is not Sandy's birthday.
Well, whose birthday is it then?
Christmas is the birthday of Jesus Christ our Savior. And Jesus is the Son of God, the creator of the universe, and the creator of everybody and everything that's in it.
Everybody? I mean, did God create Batman?
Yes.
And Barney?
Yes.
And Coral Malone?
Mm-hmm.
And you?
Exactly. Well, there you go.
Who's it by? It's Oliver Tree. And
Oliver Tree.
And it's called
let me down.
But he says, please don't let me down. So which is it? He wants to be let down or don't let him down? I don't get that.
I don't either now. Now you've confused me. You've
The
ruined
song should be called Don't Let Me Down.
But he's insinuating by the title, by leaving out the please don't, that he wants to be let down, Bill.
I'm confused.
You're overthinking it.
It's
yeah,
art.
I'll probably
It's art,
never.
man.
I'll
It's
probably
art.
never listen to it again. So
It's art.
People are texting in that they love it.
There you go.
good.
They like it fine.
Well, then I love it too.
Good. As you should.
Thank you,
well,
Todd.
What's going on, Todd?
I don't know. Like, I don't even know the work schedule for this week officially. I just came today because I got to get a lot of stuff ready for the LHM Used Car Supermarket X96 Fake Festival that's going to be Thursday and Friday.
Tell us about this.
So the lineup is on x96.com, the set times, and we're going to just pretend like we're at a concert festival, a 2-day festival on Thursday and Friday, and we'll just play big blocks of music from the bands that people suggested the last couple of weeks ago at x96.com. And some ridiculous, impossible reunions because it's all fake. Like Nirvana is playing, I think, day 2. We've got...
It's very
It
exciting.
starts off with Oingo Boingo.
Yeah, Oingo Boingo will kick it off on Thursday at 11. So, and you guys will be making the stage announcements. And you can't swear though this time, Bill, because it's on the radio.
Well, what the?
You can't.
Rage Against the
Oh,
Machines
that's right.
up
I
there.
can't.
Rage is on. Yay!
We have the,
See,
you know
this
how
is
the
better than a
Smiths,
real festival.
like Coachella every year, everyone's like, oh my God, I hear the Smiths are going to have a reunion for Coachella. Well, we got them, day 2. The Smiths will be doing a reunion for our festival.
We got Panic at the Disco.
Oh, yeah. It'll probably rain during their set because, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could always just add some sound effects. Of,
It's raining.
Rain
Billie
sound. and
Eilish? Man.
Thunder.
Nine
We should
Inch
do
We
that.
have Primus? Is Primus on the list?
I didn't get a lot of votes for Primus.
Sad day. Andy was so excited for that concert.
I was going to say the Primus fans probably don't know how to work the internet very well.
If this goes off okay, we'll try to do this like every month for the duration of the concert season. That's not going to happen this year.
Well, all right then. When we record these stage announcements, should we in our heads hear like cheering from the audience? Or
Absolutely.
something like that?
I'll put we'll put some fake sound effects in there so
What-
it sounds like the real
Okay.
deal.
All right.
You know, it's interesting. I always hear that.
When you're in the bathroom.
Yeah,
when-
like right now, I hear people cheering for me in the background.
I have a constant ringing in my ears. That's all I got.
Now you know how the world sounds like to William Shatner, Todd. All right, let's thank you, Todd. Go ahead. Tuesday Tunes with Todd. There you go.
With Todd on X96, Van from Hell.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight to let you know who Boner of the Day is. We are broadcasting live from our homes, and that means these shows go to 11 a.m. while we do that. Stand by for news as well coming up. Something happening downtown with the Downtown Alliance?
Let's see here. Yes. For nearly 30 years, the Downtown Farmers Market has been beloved. It's a place where people could come together as a community, connect with people that grow our food, and celebrate Utah's cultural heritage. The future of the Downtown Farmers Market and the urban food connections in general of Utah is at risk. There are the need to access nutrient-dense, fresh, and affordable food for all Utahns. It's very important now. It's important to buy local as much as possible. So please make a gift to the Urban Food Connections of Utah. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Any level of donation, please, so that we can continue ensuring that people have access to healthy local produce and farmers and ranchers and food producers have income. You can find out more and donate by going to slcfarmersmarket.org. There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning
at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like
Jimmy
you do.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie-
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name.
Sure.
Why is Jimmy not a groundhog
Jimmy's
name? It's fine.
Awfully
If
offensive
Princess,
about Jimmy.
good God, Gina, you derail the story.
Jimmy, that's not a ground.
Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund is and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
watch
keeps
the little
going. The
video.
mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little
My
video.
question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine
That's
mayor
a terrible
name.
mayor
That's
name.
a fine mayor
No,
name.
that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
9:19. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
You know what's ridiculous?
What?
That when you order groceries and you schedule for pickup and you order beer, they won't bring the beer out to your car.
Really?
You have to, if you schedule, here in Utah, if there is beer in your order, they say you'll have to come into the store. We can't bring it out to the curb. That's absurd.
It is.
That's just absolutely absurd.
Why can't you just show your ID when they come to bring your groceries to the car?
Because the checkers are the ones that are qualified to.
Yeah, not the runners.
These are just temporary runners, people that they've hired from who, we can't possibly make them be responsible. They're just stock capital. They're just stock. They're just human capital stock. Human capital stock. They're not really people.
So you had to get out and go inside and.
I don't order beer from the grocery store, but
someone was telling you this?
Didn't happen to me. I just read about it, and thought, and some people were lobbying to change that, to get the Liquor Commission to change it or the legislature to change it, but I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, if it's available in the grocery store, they should.
So it's a similar thing now. I kind of understand when you do self-checkout, and every once in a while I'll buy a can of beer at the grocery store, like a big can that I'm just going to drink when I'm taking a long hot bath or something. I'll have a can of just regular beer, nothing fancy. Get it ice cold. But if you do self-checkout, nope, sorry. They won't let you go through the whole process. They have to have somebody come over and clear it. Make sure that you're not trying to sneak out of that store with beer underage. So that's human capital stock. Well, so a guy named Bob Gale is asking fans not to be too hard on Netflix for a censored version of Back to the Future Part 2, which was streaming for a short while. Fans of the series were irate when they discovered a tiny portion of the 1989 sequel was changed, and apparently they changed it poorly. It has since been replaced with the standard version. The alteration happened when Marty, Michael J. Fox, finds the Ooh La La magazine within the Sports Almanac dust cover. The moment was cut short with the cover of the magazine edited out because I guess it was a girly magazine. Gale, who was the screenwriter for the beloved Back to the Future trilogy, explained what happened and why it was not Netflix's fault. The blame is on Universal, who somehow furnished Netflix an edited version of the movie, he said. I learned about it 10 days ago from an eagle-eyed fan and had the studio directly rectify that error. The version now running is the uncensored, unedited original version. Apparently, this was a foreign version, which neither Robert Zemeckis, the director, nor I even knew existed, for some country that had a problem with the Oh La La magazine cover.
It didn't show any nudity, right? It just showed the cover?
I don't know. I don't know what it showed.
It was
China.
Was it China? It was the country that didn't want it?
No, there was no nudity. It was supposed to be a sexy magazine.
Just a sexy girl on the front of it.
There are no sexy magazines in China?
No. No. Well, if you get caught with one, you know what happens. You get the old Wuhan lockdown. That's what you get. They give you the Wuhan lockdown. Well, Randy Jackson, when he was a judge on American Idol, Dog, he would often mention the time, Dog, that he spent as a bass player for the band Journey.
No, he never brought that up.
I did all the time, dog. Hey, dog. During the 1986 Raised on Radio album and on tour, well, after going their separate ways, dog, get it? Their separate ways?
Yes, thank you.
Journey and Jackson are back together. Guitarist Neil Schon announced Sunday that Randy Jackson would be returning as Journey's new bass player. Okay, dog, word is out. RJ, the big dog, is our new bass player, dog. Again, he also posted a photo of Randy Jackson and his mega 80s hairstyle from back in the day and added, the king is back. I don't think that Randy Jackson is the king. Elvis Presley was the king, not Randy Jackson. I don't think they can take that from Elvis. Leighton.
You're the one who said separate ways. I'm sorry.
It's the worst video ever, by the way.
Doesn't mean you have to play it.
Playing the keyboard on the wall.
Ethan Hunsaker told...
Who put this up here? Who would put this up on a
It's
wall?
a bad place for a keyboard. Dog. Yeah. Oh, now I got to skip that story. Let's see. Oh, Robert Gerke's column over the weekend in the Salt Lake Tribune. Utah has paid big for a tracking app that still doesn't work right. Utah inked a deal back in March worth up to $6 million in the first year with a New York-based tech company to build the Ballyhooed Healthy Together app. The idea was to track user location data, and when people test positive for coronavirus, the government's contact tracers could use the information to figure out where they had been, where they might have been exposed, and to whom else they might have spread the virus. It's really about having the right tool in the toolbox, Governor Herbert said when publicly unveiling the app a little more than a month ago. These tools will help us slow the speed of the COVID virus and, as much as we can, stop its spread. The New York company 20 Holdings, led by somebody named Diesel Peltz, the son of hedge fund, yes, his name is Diesel Peltz. He's the son of hedge fund billionaire Nelson Peltz. Proposed repurposing a social media program intended to let people connect with others nearby. But now, nearly 2 months after the contract was signed and more than 7 weeks after the app was supposed to be fully up and running, it's still not functioning the way it should. For most of its existence, the app is little more than a mobile version of a symptom checker, the same thing that Intermountain Healthcare had already rolled out, along with a map showing test sites. At a May 11th briefing, Dr. Angela Dunn, state's epidemiologist, said that at that point the Healthy Together app was strictly a health assessment tool. It's not a tracking app at all. The state has paid a ton of money so far, and it's still not running the way it should or what was promised as a contract tracer.
It would be nice to have an app that could trace
Well,
these
Google
things.
Google and Apple have joined together, and they have produced such a thing, which then the states have to get a hold of. And I would trust their app before I would trust the app developed by Diesel Peltz.
But is the state going to do that since
know.
they already paid money for this other
Well,
thing?
and
don't know.
And who is the friend of Diesel Peltz that made this all happen up on the hill?
It doesn't say. Another company, Utah company Ferry, led by the son of prominent Utah Khoshiro Samani, approached the state shortly after it had inked its deal with 20 Holdings, offering a free tracing app that the company says would provide precise location information and useful information to health officials. Tamor Samani told Gerke that the offer stands if the state wants to integrate Ferry's technology into the existing Healthy Together app. So he said that, we've offered that for free. Don't know where it's going to go or what's going to happen with it, but I would say let's get a hold of Google and Apple and see what they're doing.
Yeah.
13-year-old student has graduated from Fullerton College, earning 4 associate's degrees. He's 13 years old. What a teacher's pet. What a suck-up. I mean, really? 4 degrees? Come on, Jack Rico. The youngest student to ever graduate from Fullerton College. Egghead. He's 13. He now has 4 associate's degrees and will be continuing his education at the University of Nevada on a full scholarship. With traditional graduation ceremonies not permitted this year, a special drive-by celebration is planned Wednesday in La Mirada. Jack plans to get a bachelor's degree in history, but his future is
done.
His future is wide open. Listen, Gina. Some people have the need to keep learning all their lives. I know that you did that almost 4 years of college and then said, "I'm done," and you haven't learned a thing since.
Nope.
But
it's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Started college when he was 11. 11.
Doogie.
And by the way, I'm just kidding when I say teacher's pet and suck up an egghead.
You're jealous.
Absolutely. Completely jealous. All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 going against the winner from round 2. Back in the 7 o'clock hour, we had this winner. Human Capital Stock. A Trump economic advisor. That's what he calls the workforce. Our human capital stock hasn't been destroyed. Our human capital stock is ready to get back to work, said Kevin Hassett. These are people, Mr. Hassett. People. Okay? We're not stock. We're not lounging around some feedlot somewhere. Going up against number 2, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. I wonder if she's really pissed at her husband. She should be.
Yes.
Because she was warning, she's the Democratic governor of Michigan. She's warning Michiganders, please don't go up to the northern part of Michigan in droves. That's where people go to recreate in Michigan. Don't go up there. Please, boating, it's not time for that. Well, her husband apparently, I guess unbeknownst to her, called a docking company that had their boat and said, can you get my boat into the water up there by Memorial Day? I'm the governor's husband, you know. No, they couldn't, and it leaked out that he had been trying to do that. That's boner candidate number 2.
All right, you've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, May 26th, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to vote. This is Boner Fight. Who is Boner of the Day?
Corey O'Brien kicks off the 1-hour nonstop quarantine.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's it's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking, I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone, it's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but it turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls it Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
$9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a 3-meat plate and cream corn and an ice cream cake.
And Iconoclad. They've sold filtered pollution masks for years, and now they carry washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or the walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South.
Boner candidate number 1, human capital stock. That's all we are. We worker drones to certain people in the Trump administration. Most people in the Trump administration couldn't even be bothered to refer to them as workers or people. Getting people back to work. It's human capital stock. Going up against number 2, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Michigan Governor Whitmer Democrat caught in a Memorial Day lockdown controversy over her husband's reported boat request. And the winner, by double, Boner candidate number 2, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat.
Well. All right, there you go. That's the boner of the day for today. Might be boner of the week. That'll be decided on Friday at about this time. All right, let's go to Jackie. Jackie
Our good
Briggs
friend.
from the Gateway, yeah.
Jackie Briggs. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, it's me again.
Nice to hear from you, Jackie.
Nice to hear you guys always.
The Gateway. Now, do you have a special event coming up?
Well, we have several, I guess we can call them, quote unquote, safe distance spaced events that we have planned. Just things that people can still enjoy and do while being responsible. Because I think, after this weekend, we've all seen everyone's itching to get out. And we wanted to be able to provide ways to do that without, feeling like it's scary.
Yeah. So how is the Gateway doing that?
Well, we have a few things. Let's see. Not this last holiday weekend, but the weekend before, we partnered with S&S, who own the Metro and Urban Lounge and some favorite live music venues, and we did what was called Salt Lake City Concert Cruise, and it's a bike event where people purchase a time slot and they bike around the downtown area and watch concerts, and each group only has 20 people in the kind of session that they're going to see. So it's a great way to go and still see live music, but you're spaced out as you're watching it, and then you're on bikes the majority of the time.
It's a great idea.
It was really, really fun, and we're going to kick it off again this next weekend. There's 2 days that they're selling tickets, and then we're trying another fun thing. It's called Through Yonder Window. It's a drive-in immersive theater that's happening in our parking garage. So all of the theater experience happens from the safety of your own car. So you can have your family in your car, get some food at one of the restaurants, and then you're going to see a production of Romeo and Juliet by Sonder Immersive Theater.
Yeah,
well, Bill, that's right up your alley.
Yeah, this is Graham Brown, and he's he's an innovative theater guy, as it is. This should be great.
Right, yeah, he did The Chocolatier. He's done immersive theater before, and in those cases, the audience actually is the ones who kind of move around. And so for this experience, it'll be really interesting because you will see, the perspective of the play from your vehicle. So if you were to be at another parking spot a different night, you would you would see the experience in a totally different way because you might be at the church or you might be at Juliet's house so. It is going to be really neat and something very different to do a parking garage theater, so we're excited for that one. And that starts, tickets are on sale now, but that is June 4th is the first show.
Now where do you get the tickets, Jackie?
If you go to atthegateway.com and go to our calendar, all of these different opportunities are listed there. So you can click on it and purchase tickets. And then we also have a Friday night dance classes with DF Dance Studio. It's going to be on our Olympic Plaza, so outdoors. There is a pre-registration that we ask, although it is free, just so that we could make sure that we are limiting the spots because we are going to mark out sort of a hula hoop 6-foot distance circle that you will learn your dance in. So this is, non-partner dance classes that you can kind of just go to and have something fun for free outdoors.
That sounds great. And then is somebody going to turn the fountain on them?
Yeah, that's the plan. So then as it gets to 100 degrees, we're going to turn the fountain on, yeah.
Okay, cool. This is all at the Gateway. Now, when you say go to atthegateway.com, is it the actual word at the?
Yes, it's A-T, and then, thegateway.com. And there's a calendar of events, and you'll also notice when you go to the website, there's little red tags that tell you which restaurants are now open for dine-in and takeout, and which, like our coffee shop is going to open June 1st again, and several of the different restaurants are now open for dine-in. And what's really nice is most of them have these great patios that I think people feel a little bit more comfortable getting their food and being outside and dining. And there's just so much common space here, too. Of course, we have limited the seating, so it is spaced out, but there's quite a bit of it where you still can get a to-go, meal and really spread out and be outside, too, which is great.
Excellent. It's all at thegateway.com. And Jackie Briggs, thanks for taking some time with us. And have you noticed people kind of coming back a little bit into the stores and things?
Yeah, we have. I mean, really, the last couple of weeks we've seen people venture out and walk around, and people, even with the in-dining restaurants, people are still, I think, getting their food and maybe eating outside. Some are eating inside, but it's all how what you're comfortable with, and you can go to the website and see what precautions each restaurant is taking. And a lot, our restaurants are taking it seriously and abiding by all the guidelines and making sure that because they want the patrons to be safe as much as anybody.
Yeah, cool. All right, Jackie, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Pleasure to talk to you. Jackie Briggs, The Gateway. Just go to atthegateway.com.
Thanks, Jackie.
Yep.
All right,
you.
let's take a break. We will be back. We are broadcasting live from our homes, which means these shows go to 11 a.m. while that happens.
I heard from the owner of my bike shop. I could read you his email in a second.
Right. We'll get that coming up. Right now, you need to tell us about the Salt Lake Film Society.
Yeah, Salt Lake Film Society. This is really a great opportunity. The Salt Lake Film Society, of course, nonprofit. They operate the Broadway and the Tower theaters, and there has been nobody going to the movies. Now, they've been offered a really lucrative challenge grant that depends on the community helping out and showing financial support. So, if you are a patron, if you like the Salt Lake Film Society, no matter how much money you donate, it'll be matched to a total of $200,000 by a donor's trust with an additional $200,000. So, got to raise $200,000. The Salt Lake Film Society then ends up with $400,000. So please give today. Go to this website, and there'll be a button there where you can donate. It's slfs.org.
Hey, this is Todd Newcomb, and I couldn't have survived working.
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio, so we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All
are
right.
listening to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
All right, 9:52 right now.
I have a couple of emails of interest, as a matter of fact, if you want to promo them as emails of interest.
Well, should we start with the one from your bike shop?
I have one from the bike shop and then another one I just remembered.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here we go. Emails of interest.
So the first one, it came in over the weekend. And I've really forgotten about all of this, but this is, Bill, I hope you and yours are well in these unusual times. I'm curious if there's a list of your celebrity names somewhere, because we want to make sure they keep going and proliferating through society. Now, I haven't done these for a long time.
Oh, like Orca Winky, like those?
Brill Pim.
Okay.
Here are some from memory.
Okay.
See if you remember who these are. Brill Pim.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Jemima Amadon.
Jennifer Aniston.
Jim Clumby.
George Clooney.
Brimini Spirits.
Forgot about Brimini Spirits.
Brimini Spirits, yeah.
Britney Spears.
Yep. Huge Ackman.
Huge Ackman.
Sheha LaBeouf. Bimber
Shia
Binks
LaBeouf.
Cumbersnatch.
Benedict
and Jumpin'
Cumberbatch?
Tamberman.
Justin
Jumpin' Tamberman.
Timberlake. Orca Winky wasn't in there.
No. Well, they said there, and there are probably some others that we've forgotten. So I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to using my
Linkadinkio Distinkio.
Oh,
yeah.
who could forget?
Yeah, Linkadinkio Distinkio.
I'm betting Atropos has a list of those somewhere. Would be my guess.
I don't know how that ever got started, but as I read back on them, I thought those are kind of funny. But so many people didn't. They had no idea what we were talking about.
They still don't.
No. And then I had my.
Isn't Wiz Khalifa one you made up?
It sounds like
Yeah.
Wiz Khalifa. He's in the news again today? No, Bill. That's something else.
No, I really should, and I could do it with like back when presidential candidate Tukli Gagangari, Tubli Gagangari was. Yeah, Tubli Gagangari. Anyway, so I had this problem with my bike. I talked about it at about 8 o'clock, and how I called the Raleigh Bike Company to resolve the problem, and they did very, very nicely. And I mentioned my local bike shop here, Cranky's. It's the bike shop. I bought the bike there, and I had called them with the problem and talked to the owner, Chris, about it. And I never took the bike to the shop. I described the problem on the phone to Chris, and he said, well, this and that, and then maybe you should call Raleigh, and I'll try to call Raleigh, and we'll see if we can get a part for you. Got all resolved. Anyway, Chris sent me this email this morning. Bill, this is Chris from Cranky's. Caught you on the radio this morning, and I'm glad you got your bike problem sorted out. I'm adding a note to your account.
Wait a minute, can I guess what the note is?
Yeah, go ahead.
That if Bill calls with a problem, maybe he doesn't actually have a problem?
Well, you're close. I've added a note to your account that you will be required to bring your bike into the shop whenever you have any problems. We have some lovely young men here that would be very happy to look at your bike and tighten your wheels free of charge. Have an amazing day. I'm glad you can again enjoy your bike, Chris. So there you go.
Because the story was that Bill didn't go in, that he called and said this problem.
I described the problem, and I should have just taken the bike in. And then, because then Chris could have looked at it and said, "There's nothing wrong with it.
That's fine. That's supposed to be that way.
Here, we'll just tighten it this way. You just got to do that." I mean, it does look like there's something missing because there's a hole there, but there's a nut inside that hole that tightens it down.
That's a speed hole, man. It makes you go faster.
Is that what it is?
The wind won't hold you back. It goes right through.
So will you go ride today?
I went yesterday.
Oh.
I rode for, I just getting back into it, I rode for a half an hour, 7 miles. And I don't go, I don't just go 3.5 miles out and 3.5 miles. That's me just riding around, exploring.
You're on a tour.
Yeah, I just kind of, it's fun to just kind of ride around and explore little nooks and crannies and alleys of your neighborhood. Mm-hmm. There are all kinds of alleys in these neighborhoods up here that run behind, and alleys are kind of a cool thing. I like them. And they're,
well, you like rats, and they tend to hang out there, so.
Well, that's because that used to be where people would put their garbage. They didn't want to put garbage out in front of your house. You put it in the alley, and then the garbage trucks would come down the alleys and pick up the trash. And usually you'd have a garage back there, place to park your car. Alleys are a wonderful thing, but modern cities have gotten rid of them for the most part. But I like them.
Did we do the story about the crazy rats in New York?
No, I've got it here. We'll do it in the next hour. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. They're not crazy, Gina. They're hungry.
Yeah, but hungry can make you crazy if you're hungry.
Well, apparently it is.
I'd stay out of the alley with your bike, by the way, Bill. You can get a flat tire, a lot of nails out there, I'll bet.
Probably, but it's fun to ride through those alleys behind the houses. Although when you go, if there are people back there working on stuff or doing stuff on their property, and you go riding by on a bike, that they always and they're public thoroughfares really, but they're, it's kind of a private thing as well. And you go riding your bike through there, and they kind of go, "What? Hey, what? What are you?
What's all this then?"
What are you doing? What?
Get
What
out
are you
of
doing
our
here?
alley.
You scouting my house out?
That's my alley. Oh, is this the end of the emails of interest?
Yeah.
Listen, let's take a break. We'll be back. Should we try for some check-ins, do you think?
Sure.
All right, so
877-602-9696. Call us. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
How's it hanging?
Sup.
Sup. Sup with you. What's going on?
Just let us know what's happening in your world. I mean, we're on until 11 because we're broadcasting from home. What's happening in your world? 877-602-9696. We'll take a break, and we will be back.
The views expressed on X96's Radio from Hell.
You're listening to All Things Considered Dull and Pretentious on NPR. I'm your host, Lyman Pettigrew. You may refer to me as Lyman Pettigrew. Our next program is funded by a grant from the Lyman Pettigrew Foundation. Every Thursday, we like to take a look at children's book reviewer, Mongo. We call it Children's Book Review with Mongo. Today, Mongo will be reviewing the timeless classic Runaway Bunny by Margaret Wise Brown, illustrated by Clement Hurd.
Mongo, Runaway Bunny.
Is that all, Mongo?
No, much more. Runaway Bunny bad. Make Mama Bunny chase after him. Bad Bunny. If Mongo run away from Mama, Mama bonk Mongo on the head. Bad Mongo. Bonk bonk. Mongo also hate Runaway Bunny because no color pictures on pages. Mongo like pretty pictures. Mongo hate words.
This has been Children's
Wait,
Book...
Mongo not finished. Bad character development in Runaway Bunny. Mongo not care when Bunny run away. What motivate Bunny? What compelling reason to turn page? Plus, Mongo thinks something kinky going on with Margaret Wise Brown and Clement Hurd. Bad book. Very bad.
Now this has been Children's Book Review with Mongo. Coming up next, we look at the explosion of goat cheese making in America's heartland, and later on we take a very, very quiet look at the exciting NBA playoffs on All Things Dull and Pretentious on NPR. But first, this news from parts of the world you've never heard of.
Because on this day,
in 1964, Leonard Albert Kravitz was born. No,
Who?
not the son of Mrs. Kravitz. Roxy Roker was his mother.
What? So was his dad named Kravitz?
Yeah. His dad was Sid Kravitz,
Sid.
who was a TV producer.
And Roxy Roker was on The Jeffersons.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Lenny
Kravitz. Yeah, Leonard Kravitz.
Leonard.
So nobody apparently wants to check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696. So I guess we could stop being on till 11.
But Todd didn't program anything here because we said, we'll stay until 11, so we have to do something.
Well, at least today, I suppose. But if you want to call, that would help it out. That would mean that you want us to be here until 11.
877-602-9696.
What, Katie? Katie, what'd you say? Oh, nothing? Okay.
She was blessing me. I sneezed.
Oh.
And I turned the mic off, and she said, bless you.
You have
So
what?
Gina? I've been neglecting my maintenance, my personal maintenance.
Manscaped.com. No. Wait.
I haven't colored my hair in months, and haven't had my nails done in months,
It's a shame.
and I haven't had my eyelashes done in months.
Well, that's terrible.
And so the eyelashes all fell off, the extensions, and so now I just have these little stubby eyelashes that I can't even really put mascara on because there's not much there to put on. It's very depressing. I feel ugly.
How are you managing to get by, you poor dear?
I feel ugly, and it's the combination of I'm feeling uglier than I usually do, and I'm spending more close-up time with my husband at the same time because we're home a lot more. I should be more beautiful now than less beautiful.
Well, he's going through the same thing. Just remember that.
Mm-hmm. No,
Just
I love
remember,
it
he's
because he
going
hasn't
through-
had his hair cut in a couple months, and I like his hair longer. So
Well,
I'm-
and he's probably, his roots are probably showing. And
But I just saw this thing that I'm wondering if I should try. It's cannabis infused. It's CBD oil mascara.
yeah, because nothing helps your mascara better than pot.
Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point of that?
It's supposed to help your lashes grow.
Uh-huh.
No.
I would be
No?
so interested in this, actually.
See, Katie's following me.
If you got that, I've got a CBD infused enema you can try.
Yeah.
Might as well do that.
Well, I'm curious about it because I'm allergic to a lot of makeups. And so I'm curious if it's maybe a little bit less.
Katie, this is 100% vegan. You know, those I usually use a meat-based mascara.
Yeah,
so
of
this
course.
is
You gotta have that red blood cells.
What does it smell?
Katie just uses a chicken and fish based,
Yep.
but no red meat based makeup.
But I don't know. I'm willing to try it because I have no lashes and it's making me sad.
It's making you sad.
Well, you know who could weigh in on this? That's Karen from Wendover.
Good morning.
Hi,
There
Karen.
she is.
What about
How
what
are
about
you today?
fine? What about CBD infused eye makeup?
Well, I don't wear makeup, so I wouldn't really care.
Well, but what about poor Gina? She has to wear makeup.
Well, if she wants to give it a try, it doesn't hurt anything.
Okay, there.
What
a
have you got to
ringing endorsement.
lose? What have you got to lose?
Hydroxychloroquine mascara? Is that what you're suggesting?
Listen,
Mr.
the
Trout?
doctors are taking
No,
it.
How are things in Wendover, Karen?
Oh, fine. I've been busy doing the census. They started us back in Nevada on last Monday, so I've been running around like a chicken with no head.
Oh,
That's
So
who's doing
you
taxes, huh?
knock door to door and count people in the
Yeah.
house?
Oh,
No, just knock, give them their form, verify the address and leave the form with them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that people are hesitant to answer the door these days?
Not really. Not a lot of them. Especially because everybody in town, since I taught school for so long, everybody knows my car. They see me coming, they just go, okay, she's here.
Here comes Karen. But she's got one of those annoying census forms.
I love how on the news and all the other stuff that Karen is always blamed for everything. A lot of those things all owned, but some of them, no.
Yeah, Karen has turned into a bad word for some reason.
How did that ever get started? I don't know.
I don't know, but I think some of it's quite funny. So
it's the internet.
Way to go, Karen.
All right, thank you, Karen.
Anyway, you
See
guys
you later.
have a great day. Take care.
Thank you.
877-602-9696 if you've a mind to check in on us and with us. Sabrina is on the phone.
Hey, Sabrina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing as well as can be expected, seeing as we're on till 11. But
I appreciate it.
Oh, good. What do you do, Sabrina?
I work in an office for a union.
For a what?
A union.
Oh,
a
okay.
union.
All right.
Like the pipe fitters or one of those, huh?
Yes, one of those.
What do you do there?
I just help the members take care of whatever they need to take care of. Really?
Hey, Sabrina, I need somebody to pick up my laundry.
Take care of that,
thing?
would you?
Not quite that.
No, not that. Okay. So have you been having to go to work?
We've been staggering shifts in the office just so we're not, having too many people there and things like that. So I'm partially in the office, partially working remotely. So.
Well, but is everything okay with you and your family?
Oh, yeah, great. I just went and got my daughter, she's 5 months old, got her head measured for a helmet, a corrective helmet, because she's got a pretty lopsided head.
And will that do it?
I'm hoping so.
What's your daughter's name?
Her name's Annie.
Annie.
Aww,
okay.
sweet.
Well.
Yeah. We need to get it fixed because if she ever has to wear glasses, she's going to be pretty lopsided.
Yeah, the glasses won't fit right. Got to correct it for that. Well, I hope everything turns out okay, Sabrina.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Sabrina. All right.
See ya.
Let's move on to 877-602-9696. Rosie.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, Rosie.
Hi. I I panicked when you said that no one was calling in and you were going to stop going until 11, so I called in to tell you how much you're appreciated.
Oh, well,
Rosie
good.
saved the day.
What do you do, Rosie?
I work in a dental office.
Have you been having to go to work pretty much regularly?
No, we have a good dentist we work for, so in the beginning we did halter except for emergencies, of course. And we are still staggering patients, holding off on hygiene. We're trying to do everything the right way, so.
I don't think you're doing a very good
stressful,
job
but
if your patients are staggering. I don't.
That's true.
No, man, that
You're
means
right,
you're doing a really good job.
Our patients are
Don't
staggering. Well, Rosie, thanks for calling, and don't panic. We're on till 11. It won't be permanently till 11.
No,
but
it's a lot of added work for you guys, I know, but you are appreciated. You kept us
well,
going.
Thanks.
I was listening to you the day of the earthquake, and besides the fact I was at the office by myself, I thought I'd had a stroke at first, and then the thing that panicked me the most is that I couldn't hear you guys. Everything went silent, for a short period of time. So.
Yeah, it
anyway.
was quite frightening, wasn't it? I know I was shaking in my boots and saying things I shouldn't have said.
Well, Rosie, on Twitter, I don't know if on any other social media, there's a video of the, is it the president or the prime minister of New Zealand?
Prime Minister. Yeah, New
Prime
Zealand.
Minister.
The Shaky Isles, they call them.
And she's on live TV, and they have an earthquake, and And I just went, well, how come our video didn't go viral? You know, hers did. You know.
Because we're not the Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Maybe we should start calling ourselves the Prime Ministers of radio. Maybe.
We are the lords.
You're not just the lords and ladies.
Yeah.
And we weren't nearly as cool and calm and collected as she was. Gina dove under the table, and I said a dirty word, and
I stayed at my post.
You were very good, Kerry.
right.
You all kept us calm. I felt a lot better when you came back on the air. But thank you. You are appreciated.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Rosie.
day.
All right, we'll see you. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We'll continue check-ins if you've a mind to. 877-602-9696 right after these. Hang on, Jordan, if you want. We are on until 11 a.m. because we're broadcasting live from our homes, X96.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal...
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying I listen to your show every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. 10:20 right now. And we will get to some news coming up here eventually, but as long as you keep calling in, we will take your calls for check-ins. 877-602-9696. Let's go to Jordan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Jordan.
Jordan, how are you? I can't. Have.
We're on delay a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to reconnect.
I switched over to my phone instead of my car. Is that better?
That's better. Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
What can we do for you?
I just finished up a doctor's appointment with my son. He's a year and a half. And I got in my car, and of course I was on 96.3, and I heard you guys say that nobody was calling you. So I gave you a call.
It's just that easy. Anyone could do it.
It's just that easy.
How's your son?
He's doing really good. He's growing and happy and babbling and crawling all over the place, climbing all over the place.
Has it been hard having a little one like that when you're on lockdown?
You know, it hasn't changed a whole lot with my family dynamic. My wife works some pretty crazy hours, but we've found a way to keep going pretty much like normal. So
good.
It hasn't been too different for us.
What's your son's name?
His name is Theoden, like the King of Rohan from Lord of the Rings.
Wow. You've saddled him with an important name. He must do important things.
I just came back. What's the name?
Theoden.
Yep.
From Lord of the Rings.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he'll be thanking you for that in a few years.
Yeah, we gave him a normal middle name, which is Lee. So we figured
he'll be
if
going
he's
by
not
Lee.
feeling Theoden, yeah.
He's going to be Lee. Trust me.
It's easier to spell, too.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
All right.
Well, thanks for not leaving us hanging out here and calling 877-602-9696.
My daughter Galadriel is just in there making some tea.
Yeah, and Legolas is chilling by the TV. He's trying to find something on Netflix, but there's just too many options, man.
Thanks for calling us.
Well, thank you.
See ya.
Have a great day, guys.
See, Jordan grew up he was probably like one of 5 Jordans in his class.
I want to give him a name that's not okay, well, that's fine, but
somebody Jordan.
Theoden is a bit much.
Theoden. Okay.
Yeah. Trust me, as someone who doesn't like their first name, you'll be thanking your folks.
You know,
for that.
Carrie, you had the perfect opportunity to change your name. You entered a profession that encourages people to select their own names.
Well, I've told you that story, haven't I?
Yes.
I mean, you know what it is with parental guilt. I was using a fake name for the first year or so in my industry.
It was Bill Kelso.
It was Bill Kelso for the longest time, and then Dad finally listened to the station I was working at. I got a job at a country station, so he had an excuse. And he was carpooling with a bunch of his work buddies, and they all said, well, I thought that was supposed to be your boy. Who's this guy? And so he came to me and he goes, are you ashamed of your name, boy?
Oh.
And I went, no, Dad. And I tried to explain to him about anonymity and character and theater and all of that stuff and why. And he just in one ear and out the other, and he goes, so you ashamed of your name, boy?
Oh.
And I went, okay, God, my next shift, if I, get another upgrade or something, because I was doing overnights at the time, midnight to 6. So if they give me a different job, I'll start using my real name. And, So
of course, Bill Allred's my fake name. My real name is Yazoo Tittle. Yazoo, Yazoo Albert Tittle. Y.A. Tittle. Or Ya Tittle, as they sometimes called me.
Here's, let's see, Katie says her nephew has two weird names. He goes by his middle name, Alaric.
Alaric.
Alaric. See?
Yes.
See?
Is that from a book or a movie?
That's an
or something?
ancient kind of medieval name.
I think it's German for high ruler or something like that.
Or something like that.
My sister-in-law fell in love with it. But his real name is Riot Alaric. Because my brother always wanted Riot as the first name.
Mm-hmm.
But it's R-Y-O-T-T. See?
Riot.
Yeah.
It's that again.
Naming kids is fun. My parents were. That's the main reason you don't have kids, because you don't want to name them.
It's hard enough to name animals.
Listen, Yazoo Albert Tittle is not a good name to be saddled with.
I understand wanting to have a different name. I mean, I agree. There's too many Mikes in the world. Mike, we should put a hold on that one for a while. But then there's the other extreme, and I think Riot might be on.
Oh, I know some worse ones that are Z names.
Good thing I don't have another kid. I was going to name my next son Mulch.
And nobody's ever made fun of Festus. Nobody's ever made fun of that.
No.
Here's a texter. Justina here. No gas station keychains for me.
Nope.
Let me guess, Justina. That's your parents combining two people that they care about and making a name out of. My Uncle Justin and my Aunt
Justina. Justina is an old-fashioned female name. It's not it's not one of those combo names.
Let's go to Zane. Hi, Zane.
Zane. Hello, Zane.
What's up, guys?
Zane, were you named after Zane Grey?
Yeah, that's part of where my dad got my name from.
Mm-hmm. How's your tattoo, Zane?
And what's that?
How's your tattoo?
It's good. It's coming along really nicely. It's healed up, and I'm using regular soap on it.
Good. Zane sent me an email. He was concerned about his tattoo there for a little while. That it was.
Did it say, "Does this look infected"? Was it one of those?
I had a hard time taking the tape off of it, so I was a little concerned about that.
But it's okay.
What's it a tattoo of?
It's a tattoo of a bee and flower, and it's got Mama on it because my mom passed away last month.
Oh, sorry about that, Zane.
Yeah.
Did you call us for anything specific or just to chat, Zane?
Well, I'm actually naming my baby that we're having a few weeks after my mom. Her name is Brooke, without the E.
Mm.
Lovely.
That's nice.
Congratulations for Brooke.
Nice.
Brooke is sometimes a boy's name as well.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep, it can be both. Mostly mostly you find girls with that name, but I've known men named Brooke as well.
And with the E.
I had a cousin named Breck. That's the first and only time I've ever heard that name.
Breck? No, you know another Breck.
Do I
Brett
know another?
Crystal.
Oh, Brett Crystal. That's right.
Yeah. Jeff Crystal's brother.
Two.
Well, congratulations, Zane.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a good day.
Thanks.
Right.
See you later. Don't name him Yazoo.
We'll continue with the check-ins if you insist after this. 877-602-9696. And you're just pushing Bill's leftover news further and further.
Yeah, please
if you keep calling.
But we kind of want the crazy rat story, though.
I'll tell you the rat story no matter what, and I do have a story about a famous boxer as well.
Okay.
877-602-9696. More after this.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle. And I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well.
You couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in. Stick my face in. Underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family.
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
Broadcasting live from our homes, so these shows go to 11, and you can check in if you'd like, 877-602-9696. Zach is here.
What's up, Zach?
Hey, hey, hey.
Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy, hoy. Yeah, so I actually had two baby names I was going to bring up, but we kind of touched on one of them with Breck. We went with Brecker.
Brecker.
What? Huh?
He sounds like a cop. Brecker's a good cop.
Brecker's a good cop, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Becker I might have seen. Brecker seems a little...
Last
What's the
night
middle?
on Becker.
What's the middle
A little
name?
unique, huh?
What's the middle name?
So it was going to be the first name, but my wife caught me. It's Kaz.
Kaz.
Kaz Brecker or Brecker Kaz?
It was going to be Kaz Brecker, but changed to Brecker Kaz because she didn't want the middle name or Kaz to be the first name.
Did she have a suggestion for names?
She had 387 girl names and 5 boy names. So,
well, isn't that always the way?
I'd like to see the list of those 5 because I'm thinking
there might be a better one.
Might
than
be
Brecker.
a better.
Might be.
Well, I went with Kaz because it's Zach backwards. So.
Because you're Zach.
I see.
She caught me and didn't like it. So.
Wait a minute, I see what you're doing.
Look, if you hold this. You know, I was going to name one of my kids. Like, I just write his name down and then hold it up to the mirror, and then copy it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ilb? You were going to have an Ilb, weren't you?
Yep. Ilb. Yeah. No, I told you that's not my real name. My real name is Yazoo.
It'd
Andrew
be Lib.
Lib, that makes sense.
Because you're a Lib.
Mine
Right,
would be
Zach.
Enig.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's go to Amanda.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Amanda. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Have you got?
I had an update on a name you guys said no on, but we went with it anyway.
Oh, no.
Okay, what's the update?
Well, you said not to name him Atlas because that's a pretty weighted name.
Yes, yes, it is.
But yeah,
He's going to have the world on his shoulders with that name.
He does, and he's a holy terror. So it didn't work out.
Oh, well, you should have listened to us.
Well,
Listen.
yeah, how many years ago was this?
He'll be 3 soon, so a little over 3 years because I think I was still pregnant, obviously, at the time.
Yeah.
So.
Amanda, we banged the gavel on that one. So you should
yes,
have listened.
So I should have, and I'm just, for all those people who don't, it's serious stuff.
Wouldn't you like to have a nice Brent around the house?
Nice Brent.
It's
Just
so
a nice
nice to have a Brent around the house.
Wouldn't that be good? But
What's Atlas's middle name?
Yeah, what's his middle name?
Michael.
Mike. He's Mike now. Let's bring it down. He's just an average guy.
Just a regular Mike.
Just a regular old Mike. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring it
we
down.
should try that. Maybe it would help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, are you constantly going Atlas? Atlas.
Oh, constantly.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
that's just bad. That's bad
Well,
mojo.
this is a cautionary tale. If you call us for advice on naming, you should listen.
That's right. We banged the gavel on that one.
Well, anyway, thank you. I hope everything works out for poor Atlas.
Poor Amanda.
He's lucky he's cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Amanda.
Awesome. Thanks.
That should be a teenage boy with the name Atlas. Come on.
Unless you're like, a body build, like, super
she is
muscly, strong.
She's just doomed. She's doomed.
It's going to be rough.
Yep. All right, let's go to Benjamin. Hi,
Oh,
Benjamin.
Hello. Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy,
Ahoy.
hoy, Benjamin. How are you, Benjamin?
Oh, I'm okay. My name is Benjamin. My mother wanted to name me Benjamin Franklin.
No, boo.
My father
Boo, Mo.
rescued me.
Good.
Good. So it's
You
Benjamin.
owe your dad.
Benjamin what?
My middle name is John. It's his name. Because I was almost born on his birthday. I was 3 days short.
Good. Well, that's
So also, my mom wanted to name me Benjamin Franklin because she was always told growing up that she was related to Benjamin Franklin. And she just dug into it and found out that it's not the founding father, it's some other guy, Benjamin Franklin.
Well, when I said you were related to Benjamin Franklin, what I was saying was true from a certain point of view.
Who's the guy who started those 5 and dime stores, the Benjamin Franklin
Yeah.
stores? It was that
Also,
guy.
I have a question for the lady who named her son Atlas.
Yeah.
When she tries to discipline him, does she just look at her and shrug?
Oh, boo.
No? All right.
That was a good
Thanks
one.
for letting me listen.
I like
Thank
that
you.
one. That was good. Thank you,
Benjamin.
Did he just look at her and shrug?
Benjamin.
What did he do? Atlas shrugged.
You know, it's funny he mentioned that Benjamin Franklin. So many people are finding out that their lineage that they've been told is their lineage is turning out to not be their lineage with all these genetic tests and everything that are going around.
Family lore is being changed.
So much of it is just like, oh, I guess we're not. And that's why I think you ought to find out, Gina. You know, get your genetics done. I want to see if you are in fact descendant of the pirate queen.
I don't want to know any different than has been told to me.
Unfortunately for my children, they keep digging into it, and yes, they are still related to me. They keep hoping it's not the case, but unfortunately it is.
Well, we will take a break, and we'll be back with the leftover news and a crawl toward the finish as we broadcast live from our homes 2:11 a.m. as we do this. All right, X96.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Well, we've taken Pierce Bronson also in that same deal.
The former 007.
Yep.
Did you see that movie he was in, by the way, ever, The Matador?
No, I wanted to see that.
You've got to see it. It's great. He's great in that.
I got to get that one in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
And how was he?
Honey, write that down. He was very nice.
Okay. What am I writing down?
Anyway, sorry.
Oh, you're a sweetheart.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he was great too. Very nice guy. Like him a lot.
Okay,
so.
how about a horror
I was going to
story?
say, we're getting some nice guys.
Well, I mean,
Who's the
we've
worst?
taken Paris Hilton.
I knew you were going to say
Did
Paris
you really?
Hilton.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say
this
that.
last Sundance, we had Paris for 4 days.
And how was that?
You know, Paris is a very unique girl.
She's so nice. He is so nice, isn't he?
How is she unique?
Well, she's got a style of her own. That's for sure.
As I pull out the nice
everything.
nice guy to carry
It
translation.
depends. I mean, are we
dictionary.
talking drunk or sober?
You know,
Did you ever see her sober?
No, actually. Maybe once in the morning. I can't be certain though.
So she was a treat to carry around, was
she? My neighbor's jealous. He loves her, but you gotta meet her. You gotta meet her, I guess.
Get the full effect.
Yeah. So
You cleaned the limo after that, I hope. You don't want.
We've got a full detailer.
Excellent. Yes.
And any other quick little horror story about anybody?
No, not really. I mean, most of the celebs are pretty good.
Really nice.
They're some of them can be a little high maintenance, but for the most part, they're really generous. They're nice. Keep to themselves. They don't make a lot of trouble.
It's what you would expect, really. I mean, they just want a nice, quiet ride, and thank you very much.
Now, what about the folks you've been giving rides to in Garland? Have they been high maintenance?
Oh, no, not at all. Just around the block.
Like Paris Hilton? Mac, he wasn't any trouble?
Now the crowd keeps turning over here. Anybody here want to go on a limo ride? You want to go? Anybody?
That has not gone yet?
Yeah, we have a couple.
Wasn't one now? If it's only one guy, you got to collect some people and go with you.
Two? All right.
Just go around the.
These guys haven't gone.
Just go around the block. It's a treat.
96.3 FM, X96.
All right, 10:48, and because Bill over-prepares, some leftover news brought to you by...
The original Mother's Circus cookies. Mother's has been baking cookies with care and quality since 1914 with so many unique flavors. The perfect cookie to create the perfect smile. Just what you'd expect from a cookie named Mother's.
I can't eat too many of those, though. They make me sick.
I like those.
I like them if I get sick. Well, famous boxer Trike Tyson.
Who?
Trike Bryson.
Mike Tyson?
Yeah. Isn't that what I said?
Mm-hmm.
It was something like that. Has got an offer. $20 million fight offer. For the bare knuckles boxing circuit.
Oh, he won't do that.
Did you know there was such a thing?
Oh.
According to MMA Fighting, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, the BKFC, is set to offer Trike Bryson over $20 million to come out of retirement and compete in a fight for the organization. I think I know what we need to do to make this thing happen, said BKFC President David Feldman. The company offered the 53-year-old Tyson $20 million earlier in the month, but its next offer reportedly will include more money as well as charitable donations. The last time the former heavyweight champion competed in a boxing match was in 2005. He's been training recently and posted videos of his sessions. He hasn't hit mitts for almost 10 years, so I didn't expect to see what I saw. A guy with the same speed and power as guys 21, 22 years old, said trainer Rafael Cordero, which is what you're supposed to say about the fighter you're training.
No, he looks great. He's a wrecking machine.
I'm telling you, no, he's a has-been. He's an old, he should have traded him in on. No plans have been made official yet,
He
said
won't bare knuckle
Mike.
fight.
But he's crazy, Gina.
Oh,
He's crazy.
Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Humans are not the only ones who miss dining out, as restaurants and other businesses have closed during the coronavirus pandemic. Rats have become more aggressive as they hunt for new sources of food, said the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Environmental health and rodent control programs may see an increase in service requests related to unusual, aggressive rodent behavior. Now, the rats are not becoming aggressive toward people, but toward each other. Bobby Corrigan, an urban rodentologist who has both a master's degree and a PhD in rodent pest management, said, "They're simply turning on each other." Dr. Corrigan said that there are certain colonies of rats in New York that have depended on restaurants' nightly trash for hundreds of generations, coming out of the sewers and the alleys to ravage the bags left on the streets. With the shutdown, all of that went away, leaving rats hungry and desperate. In New Orleans, hordes of rats took over the streets after people emptied out. Hundreds of thousands. You know what they need? I heard this guy, he lives in this little town called Hamlin, and he plays this pipe. Thousands of rats in Chicago have boldly started searching for food. Some have moved into car engines. I don't quite understand that. Homeowners should measure space below their doors because half an inch is enough for a rat to squeeze through. Half an inch. I mean, they could just like flatten themselves. And they secrete this kind of greasy substance from their fur that makes them slippery.
And
Dr.
you
Corrigan,
like them. You think they're great.
Well, I think in general, I mean, I don't want a pestilence of rats. I don't want.
You just want one or two that hang out in your yard.
It's okay. It's the same way with bugs. Again, if there were spiders, multitudes of spiders crawling around my house, I would not care for that. Now, when I see a stray spider or two lurking about, I don't mind it. Say the ants, the same thing. You got 4 or 5 ants around the house occasionally. It's all right, and they're not bothering anybody. But these rats are going to war with each other, eating each other's young in some populations and battling for what food they can find. The rats live and eat in residential blocks, so some places probably haven't noticed a single bit of difference during the shutdown, but others have.
Listen, I'm glad that they're fighting amongst each other.
Yeah.
Imagine if they teamed up, we'd be in trouble.
They're smart enough.
A rat uprising?
Yeah. If they were to team up, if they had a meeting,
and they had a leader named Willard,
something,
who, or Ben, which one was the leader? Willard was the first one, right?
Ben was the rat.
Wasn't Willard a rat too, or was Willard the kid?
Willard was the guy who controlled the rats.
Yeah. Okay. Ben was the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Michael Jackson sang a love song too.
To the rat.
To the rat, Ben. Yeah. So if we we need Willard.
Can't Remy just make them all dinner?
There you go.
Little chef, can't he just?
No, he would make
his
them
little rat restaurant.
He would make them ratatouille.
They would love that.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
All right, so there's your leftover news.
All right, weather, Gina.
Weather. It's nice today, sunny, 82. You're thinking, well, that's pretty warm. Oh, you don't know the half of it, because tomorrow it'll be 86, and then Thursday it will be 90, and then Friday it will be 96. By Saturday we could be flirting with 100. That's not right. But
well, it's been too cold for May, and now it's too warm for May. I don't know what you want out of the weather,
I would
Gina.
like a nice, run of like 77. How about that?
Well, then maybe you'd better start behaving, or you should move to San Diego. Move to San Diego. It's
Just
always
a nice
72.
77.
Yeah, 78, 72, right in there. Or just behave. Would you just behave?
Well, I don't misbehave.
Mm-hmm.
You could pray harder. That'd fix the weather. You're not praying hard enough.
I guess I'm not.
That's what some people think.
All right. Well, let's do the promo.
But I have to find it. Did you send us a
Oh,
promo?
that's
There
a good
it
idea.
is.
I got it.
That's a good idea. There it is. Okay, ready.
We hope you enjoyed your Memorial Day weekend, but now it's back to mornings with Radio from Hell.
It's already Wednesday, and that means we use our best efforts to help you get rid of your things that must go. But we're running low, so send your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7 a.m., it's our Salt Lake City weekly update with Mayor Mendenhall. She'll have some new information for us about the state reopening.
And be ready to call in with your COVID-19 questions, because at 7:45, Dr. Cobble will be here, and he'll answer them.
It may be a shorter week, but we're still here, so join us for Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right.
And we're clear.
All right.
Is that good?
Yeah.
I think we got everything, all of our business, right?
No, we got a whole bunch of business to do after this.
Yeah, and okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's thank you, Katie. Good job. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm fascinated from a distance.
Corey is next.